The ocean is an indomitable, infinite force that has claimed countless ships. For centuries, they have set sail without leaving any trace and have disappeared without any explanation. Some have been found abandoned in a disturbing way, with the food still intact on the tables and the instruments in place, but without any trace of those who manned them. Others simply disappear, never to be seen again. And then there are ships that defy all logic, reappearing years, even decades later, sailing silently among the waves and devoid of life. These are not myths or legends passed down by sailors. They are real facts recorded in history, although they have never been fully understood. Enormous freighters swallowed by the sea without sending any distress signal. Ghost ships discovered adrift without a trace of their crews, and boats that seem to reappear out of nowhere. Each mystery is more chilling than the last. Tonight we delve into the abyss of the unknown to explore the most disturbing, inexplicable maritime disappearances in history. Get comfortable, settle in, and prepare to travel through the vast, unexplored waters of the inexplicable, because once we start, there is no turning back. Off the rugged coast of Vancouver Island, where cliffs rise from the raging sea, lies a stretch of ocean that has long instilled fear in the hearts of sailors, a place where storms materialize without warning and swallow ships. This is the graveyard of the Pacific, and among the many ships that met their fate here, none is more infamous than the SS Valencia. Built in 1882, the Valencia was never a grand or luxurious ship, but reliable. It was a steam ocean liner that transported travelers and goods between San Francisco, Seattle, and Alaska for years without incident. All that changed in January 1906, when it embarked on what would be its last, fateful voyage. On January 20th, the Valencia set sail from San Francisco bound for Seattle with 108 passengers and crew. The journey began without incident, but the weather soon turned treacherous as night progressed. A thick fog hung over the ocean, preventing the crew from seeing the dangers ahead. Then, catastrophe struck off the coast of Vancouver Island. The ship veered dangerously off course and violently collided with a hidden reef. The impact was catastrophic. Seawater entered the hull and flooded the lower decks in a matter of minutes. Panic spread among the passengers and crew, who rushed to escape. Lifeboats were launched into the raging sea, but the waves had no mercy. Some boats capsized immediately, throwing their occupants into the icy ocean. Others disappeared into the night, never to be seen again. As the ship broke in two, the survivors clung desperately to the rigging, watching helplessly as wave after wave wrecked the Valencia. Those who managed to escape in lifeboats wandered for days, battling exhaustion and exposure. Others disappeared completely. When the rescue teams arrived, almost 24 hours later, it was too late. The Valencia had been swallowed by the sea. Of the 108 souls on board, only 37 survived, but the tragedy of the SS Valencia did not end there. In the following years, disturbing reports emerged claiming that sailors and fishermen had seen a ghost ship off the coast of Vancouver Island, a spectral vessel resembling the Valencia that appeared in the fog before disappearing into the waves. Some even swore they had seen ghostly figures clinging to the rigging, reliving their last desperate moments. Whether legend or persistent truth, the Valencia remains one of the most disturbing maritime mysteries in history, and just one of many that the ocean has claimed, the rest dragging them into its depths without mercy. But the story of the SS Valencia did not end with its sinking. Even decades later, disturbing rumors about its fate continued to float on the waves. Sailors navigating the treacherous waters off Vancouver Island reported ghostly sightings. A ghost ship sailing silently in the middle of nowhere with an outline unmistakably similar to the Valencia's. Some swore they had seen shadowy figures clinging to the rigging, as if reliving their last moments in an endless cycle of death. Others recounted that they had seen empty lifeboats, weathered by time, drifting aimlessly along the coast, years and even decades after the disaster. But the most chilling discoveries occurred on the coast in the years following the shipwreck. Skeletal remains occasionally appeared on the beaches, bones still entangled in the shattered remains of decomposed life jackets, as if the sea refused to let them rest. The SS Valencia remains one of the most disturbing maritime tragedies in history, a ship followed by the graveyard of the Pacific and never found its final rest. It left behind something more than remains. It left a legend, a disturbing presence in the cold, relentless waters. But the Valencia is just one of many. The ocean is vast and relentless, and some of its mysteries are even stranger. Before continuing, a quick note. Although the images in this video provide context, they are not necessary to enjoy these stories. Feel free to listen to them in the background while you work, relax, or even fall asleep. And if you like the channel, would like to support the channel, access additional content, and help us continue creating deep immersion videos, consider becoming a Patreon member now. Let's go back to the mysteries. The sinking of the SS Valencia is a somber reminder of the harshness of life. At sea, you would like to support the channel, access additional content, and help us continue creating deep dive videos, consider becoming a Patreon member. Now let's go back to the mysteries. The remains of the SS Valencia are a somber reminder of the cruelty of the ocean. Lives lost in the waves, lifeboats disappearing into the night, and ghostly sightings that refuse to fade with time. But not all maritime mysteries end with a shipwreck. Some ships do not sink. They break in the depths. They simply disappear, leaving only questions. One such case is that of the High Aim 6, a modern ghost ship that appeared in disturbing circumstances. A ship found drifting silently across the vast Pacific, unmanned and with nothing more than disturbing clues. The High Aim 6 was a modest Taiwanese fishing boat designed for long voyages in the open sea. In late 2002, it set sail from Lukou, Taiwan, with a crew of 10 and an experienced captain, Chun Tan. Its mission was simple: sail into the Pacific, fish, and return home. It was a routine operation that they had carried out many times before, but weeks passed, and there was no news of the boat when it did not show up at the scheduled time. Concern grew in the immensity of the Pacific, where storms, giant waves, and mechanical breakdowns could delay a boat without prior notice. A lost report was not an immediate cause for panic, but on January 8, 2003, a patrol of the Australian Coast Guard spotted a fishing boat adrift more than 800 miles from the coast of Western Australia. At first glance, all seemed normal. The name, High Aim 6, was clearly visible, and the boat was intact, with no signs of damage or danger. But when the authorities went on board, they found something that froze their blood. There was nobody on board. The High Aim 6 was completely abandoned. There were no signs of struggle. No distress signal had been sent, and there was no indication of why or how the crew had disappeared. Personal belongings were untouched, as if the crew had vanished instantly. The engine was running perfectly, and the boat had plenty of fuel. Even more disturbing was that the hold was full of freshly caught fish that would rot in the tropical heat. It was as if the boat had been left in perfect order, except for the inexplicable absence of its crew. Search efforts began, but no trace of the missing fishermen was ever found. Theories ranged from mutiny to piracy, but no clear evidence supported either. Pirates usually loot ships, but everything valuable, including personal effects, navigation equipment, and supplies, remained. If it was mutiny, why abandon a boat in perfect condition? Some speculated that the crew might have been kidnapped, but if that were the case, why leave the boat intact? Others whispered more disturbing possibilities: an encounter with something unknown, a phenomenon that erased the crew without a trace. Despite exhaustive investigations, the disappearance of the High Aim 6 remains a mystery. The boat was eventually recovered, but its crew never reappeared. To this day, their whereabouts are unknown, and the boat remains one of the most chilling maritime enigmas of the modern era. But the High Aim 6 isn't alone. The ocean is full of stories like this. Boats found adrift without a crew, disturbingly intact, as if their passengers had simply ceased to exist. The High Aim 6 showed no apparent damage. No distress signals had been sent, the engine was running, and the holds were full. The boat was in perfect condition, except for the fact that it had been completely abandoned. When the Australian authorities boarded the vessel, they found intact supplies and personal belongings still in the crew's cabins. The logbook was missing, but the rest of the vessel appeared to have been abandoned in a hurry. In the warehouses, fresh fish was carefully packed in ice, as if the crew had been working before suddenly disappearing. There were no signs of struggle, no indication the crew had been forced to abandon ship, and yet all 10 men had disappeared. The authorities investigated all possibilities. If the ship had been attacked by pirates, why had nothing been stolen? If there had been a mechanical failure, why was the engine still running? There were no signs of fire, no indication of a treacherous swell or storm, and the high A6 was still floating intact. The only clue emerged when authorities located one of the missing crew members, an Indonesian fisherman named Swano. When they found him in Indonesia, he offered a vague and unsatisfactory explanation. He claimed the rest of the crew had been murdered in a mutiny and they had abandoned the high A6 adrift. But why and where had they gone? Surianto never gave a full explanation, and the authorities were left without answers. Some speculated that there had been a mutiny and the crew had taken a lifeboat and disappeared into the ocean. But if so, where did they go? No lifeboat from the high A6 was ever found. Another theory suggests the crew might have been involved in illegal fishing or smuggling and deliberately abandoned ship to cover their tracks. But again, there was no conclusive evidence to prove it, nor definitive answers. The high A6 was eventually towed back to Taiwan, where investigators examined it for months. No new clues emerged, and the crew's fate remains one of the most perplexing cases of maritime disappearance in modern history. A boat in perfect working order adrift, with no signs of struggle, a crew that disappeared without a trace, leaving only silence. The high A6 has become one of the most disturbing ghost ship cases of the 21st century, a mystery that may never be solved, but not the only ship that has been found disturbingly abandoned, because sometimes the ocean does not take the ship, it only takes the people. Our next story is even stranger. The ocean has a way of swallowing ships whole, leaving nothing but questions. Some disappear in the middle of the night. Others send distress calls that cut off mid-sentence. But few disappearances are as perplexing or controversial as that of the SS Marine Sulphur Queen, a vessel that set sail on a routine voyage and was never seen again. There are no survivors, no remains, just an unsettling silence that still lingers today. Built in 1944 as a T2 tanker, the Marine Sulphur Queen was originally designed to transport oil during World War II, but after the war, it was converted into something much more volatile, a liquid sulfur tanker. The modification was simple: a few structural changes, reinforced tanks, and suddenly, a ship that previously transported fuel was now transporting molten sulfur at almost 275 degrees Celsius. The conversion allowed for greater efficiency in transporting industrial materials, but also introduced significant risks. The ship's design had never been intended to transport such cargo, and some experts would later argue that this change may have sealed its fate. On February 20th, 1963, the Marine Sulphur Queen sailed from Beaumont, Texas, with more than 15,000 tons of molten sulfur on board. It was heading to Norfolk, Virginia, on a route that would take it through the Florida Strait, bordering the infamous Bermuda Triangle. The ship was 523 feet long and had a crew of 39, all experienced sailors, many of whom had made this trip on several occasions. There was nothing unusual about the departure, no signs of danger or warnings of what was to come. 3 days later, on February 4th, a routine radio transmission was sent from the ship near Key West. It was a standard position report confirming that everything was going as planned, but this would be the last message received from the Marine Sulphur Queen. After that silence, when the ship did not arrive in Norfolk at the expected time, the alarm was raised. The Coast Guard immediately launched an exhaustive search that covered more than 350,000 square miles of the open sea. They searched for wreckage, lifeboats, oil slicks, anything that could indicate what had happened. After weeks of searching, they found almost nothing. No fragments of the hull, no major remains, just a few life jackets, an oil slick, and some debris that could have come from any vessel. The absence of wreckage made the case even stranger. A ship of that size carrying so much cargo should have left some evidence. but it was as if the Marine Sulphur Queen had simply ceased to exist. No distress signal was received, no emergency flares were sighted, and no ships passing through the area reported anything unusual. Theories about what happened began to circulate almost immediately. One of the most accepted explanations is that the ship suffered a catastrophic structural failure even before its disappearance. The Marine Sulphur Queen was known to have serious maintenance problems. The hull of the ship was old and had developed cracks due to years of stress. Some former crew members had even reported feeling uncomfortable with it. One of the sailors described it as a disaster waiting to happen. If the hull had given way, the consequences would have been devastating. A breach in the tanks containing the molten sulfur could have caused an explosion or an uncontrollable fire. The intense heat of the sulfur, combined with contact with water, could have created deadly vapors and gases that would have asphyxiated the crew before they had time to react. If this had happened suddenly, the ship could have sunk in a matter of minutes, with no time to send distress signals or deploy the lifeboats. Another theory suggests that the ship may have been the victim of unpredictable weather conditions. The waters near the Florida Strait are known for their sudden storms and giant waves that have sunk even the best-built ships. A giant wave hitting an already weakened hull could have caused the ship to break apart and sink almost instantly, with the sulfur dispersing and sinking rapidly into the ocean depths. Of course, there are those who believe that something stranger happened. The Marine Sulphur Queen disappeared on the edge of the Bermuda Triangle, a region infamous for unexplained disappearances. Although the reputation of the Bermuda Triangle is often exaggerated, there is no denying that the area has been the scene of an unusually high number of maritime and aerial disappearances. Could electromagnetic anomalies have interfered with the ship's navigation? Could there be something more at stake? Although these ideas are often dismissed as speculative, the lack of conclusive evidence has only fueled the mystery. The case took an even more tragic turn when the families of the missing crew members began to press for answers. Many felt that the ship's owner, Marine Transport Lines, had been negligent in maintaining the vessel in seaworthy condition in the years prior. A legal battle ensued, with lawsuits alleging that the company had knowingly allowed an unsafe ship to operate. In 1964, the Coast Guard released its official report stating that the most likely cause of the disaster was structural failure. They determined that the Marine Sulphur Queen was in poor condition and that the modifications made to transport sulfur had made it even more vulnerable to disaster. However, without wreckage or concrete evidence, they did not dare to definitively state what had happened. Decades later, the Marine Sulphur Queen remains one of the most perplexing disappearances in maritime history. No remains of the crew or wreckage large enough to give answers were ever found, and despite technological advances in underwater exploration, it remains unknown. For many, the story of the Marine Sulphur Queen is a warning, a reminder of how dangerous the sea can be and how easily a routine trip can turn into tragedy. For others, it is an unsolved mystery, a ghost ship lost in time, waiting beneath the waves to be discovered. But one thing is certain. The Marine Sulphur Queen did not simply disappear into thin air somewhere in the vast, dark ocean. The truth is waiting to be discovered. The ocean has claimed countless ships, but some disappearances are more disturbing than others. Some leave remains, a last distress call, or some clue as to what happened. But then there are cases like that of the Kaz-2, a ship found completely intact, drifting aimlessly among the waves, with no trace of its crew, no signs of struggle, no distress signals, just a disturbing abandoned yacht moving with the current. The Kaz-2, a 32-ton catamaran, sailed from Airlie Beach, Queensland, Australia. The ship was crewed by 3 experienced sailors, Captain Derek Batten, 56, and his 2 friends Peter and James Tunstead, 69 and 63. The trio had planned a leisurely trip along the northeast coast towards the coastal town of Townsville, before continuing to Western Australia. They were all experienced sailors, accustomed to the ocean's unpredictability. There was nothing particularly dangerous about the planned route, and the weather forecast was good. On April 18th, just 3 days after his departure, a surveillance plane spotted the Kaz-2 adrift near the Great Barrier Reef, about 88 nautical miles from Townsville. It was evident that something was wrong. The yacht was moving with the wind, the sails were waving wildly, and there didn't seem to be anyone on board. The authorities, worried, sent a rescue team to the ship. When they arrived, what they found was chilling. The CAS-2 was in perfect condition. The engine was still running. There was an open laptop. A meal had been prepared in the kitchen that had not been touched. The table was set as if the men had planned to sit down to lunch at any moment. 3 life jackets were still on board and used. And, what was even more disturbing, all personal belongings, including their wallets and passports, were still carefully stored on the ship, but there was no trace of the crew. The only thing that was out of place was some minor damage to a sail. Apart from that, it was as if the 3 men had vanished into thin air. The authorities launched a wide search operation, combing the surrounding ocean in search of any trace of Baden and the Tunstead brothers, but the bodies were never found. No distress call had been sent, and no emergency beacon activated. So what could have happened? One of the main theories suggests that the men were swept away by a sudden wave or a strong gust of wind. If one of them had fallen, the others might have tried to save him instinctively, but they would have been swept away too. If this had happened quickly, the yacht could have continued to drift on its own before anyone had a chance to get back on board. But if that were the case, why didn't they grab the life jackets, and why didn't anyone manage to grab onto the boat? Another theory has to do with when the investigators examined the yacht, they found a fishing line dragging behind it. Some have speculated that one of the men might have been reeling in a catch when he fell overboard, and the others might have rushed to his aid, but ended up being dragged into the water in a tragic turn of events. If the yacht was still sailing at a steady speed, even a short distance could have been enough to make it impossible to get back on board. A more unusual theory suggests that a sudden medical emergency could have occurred. Could one of the men have suffered, causing panic that led all 3 to end up in the water? Without eyewitnesses, there's no way to know. And then, of course, there are the wildest theories. Stories of foul play, mysterious sea creatures, or even something paranormal. But, however intriguing these ideas may be, in the end there is no real evidence to support them. The disappearance of the CAS-2 remains one of the most perplexing maritime mysteries in recent history. 3 experienced sailors disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a ship in perfect condition that should have taken them safely to their destination. Was it a tragic accident, a giant wave, a desperate attempt to save a friend that cost all 3 their lives? Whatever the truth, the C2 continues to float in the minds of those who hear its story, a ghost ship without a clear answer, lost in the vastness of the sea. The ocean is not without mysteries, but some ships not only disappear, but appear intact, though without the people who should be on board. The CAS-2 was one of those cases, but not the first. Decades earlier, another ship was discovered adrift aimlessly, with its crew missing without a trace, leaving only unanswered questions. This is the mystery of the Carol A. Deering. The Carol A. Deering was a 5-masted schooner built in 1919 for commercial transport. It was a large and robust ship designed to transport cargo, like automobiles, over long distances. In 1920, it was assigned to transport a shipment of coal from Virginia to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. The captain of the ship, William Merritt, was an experienced sailor, but shortly after starting the trip he became ill and was forced to disembark in Delaware along with his first mate. A new Captain W was assigned, B. Wormel, to take charge of the trip. Wormel, although competent, had a reputation for being strict, and some reports suggested that there was tension between him and the crew, particularly with his first officer, Charles McLean. Nevertheless, the ship successfully completed its delivery in Brazil and set sail to return to the United States in December 1920. That was the last confirmed voyage of the Carol. On January 31st, 1921, the schooner was found stranded off the coast of North Carolina, near Cape Hatteras. The ship was battered by the waves, but still intact. However, when the Coast Guards went on board, they found it completely abandoned. There was no trace of the crew, no bodies, no lifeboats, no personal effects. The only things left were half-eaten meals in the kitchen, a missing logbook, and an unsettling silence. The authorities launched an investigation, but all possible explanations raised more questions than answers. The hypothesis of pirates was considered, but there were no signs of fighting or missing cargo. A mutiny was suspected, given the rumors of conflict between the captain and the crew. But if there had been a revolt, where had the crew gone, and why had the ship been left in such an orderly state? One theory suggested that the ship had been caught in a storm and that the crew had abandoned it in lifeboats, only to be lost at sea. But why would experienced sailors abandon a seaworthy ship if they had the opportunity to weather the storm on board? Another possibility involved the famous Bermuda Triangle, since the Carol Deering had passed through that region before being found. Although the Bermuda Triangle remains more legend than reality, some believe that the unusual conditions in the area could have influenced the disappearance of the crew, but perhaps the most chilling theory involves a possible government cover-up, since, around the same time that the Carol Deering was found, another ship, the SS Hewitt, which also disappeared in the same area under equally strange circumstances. Some researchers believe that these ships may have been victims of clandestine activities at sea, whether related to rum smuggling during Prohibition or something much more secret. Despite multiple investigations, a definitive answer has never been found. The Carol Deering was at the mercy of the waves until it finally broke in two, and its crew, whatever the fate that awaited them, was never seen again. The Carol Deering remains one of the most puzzling maritime mysteries, an abandoned ship without a crew or answers. However, not all disappearances are shrouded in complete mystery. Some ships are lost in tragic, terrifying circumstances, their last moments recorded, yet still leave disturbing questions. One of these cases is that of the Carol Desconcertant's Maritime Mysteries, an abandoned ship without crew and without answers. But not all disappearances are shrouded in total mystery. Some ships are lost in tragic and terrifying circumstances, and their last moments are recorded, but still leave behind disturbing questions. One of these cases is that of the SS Alero, a modern cargo ship that set sail on a routine voyage but never returned. Unlike the ghost ships of the past, the Alero no desapareció simply in the legend. What makes this story so chilling is that we know exactly what happened, yet somehow it seems impossible. The SS Alero was a 790-foot cargo ship built in 1975, designed to transport goods between the United States and Puerto Rico. For decades, it made routine trips along the same route, a trusted workhorse of the seas. On September 9, 2015, the ship sailed from Jacksonville, Florida, bound for San Juan, Puerto Rico. It was a familiar route that should not have posed any significant challenge, but nature had different plans. At the same time that the Alfaro was setting sail, a tropical storm called Jeanne was forming in the Atlantic. Meteorologists were following its evolution, but at first it was not expected to become a major hurricane. Captain Michael Davidson, an experienced sailor with years of experience, believed they could safely navigate the outer bands of the storm. The crew of 33 people, 28 Americans and 5 Poles, trusted his judgment as the ship moved forward. However, Jeanne intensified rapidly and within hours became a Category 3 hurricane. By the time the El Faro entered Bahamian waters, it had become a monstrous Category 4 storm with winds exceeding 200 kilometers per hour, and the ship was heading straight for it. In most maritime disappearances, the ship disappears without a trace, which only gives rise to speculation. But what makes the case of Alfaro unique is that we have recorded the last moments of the crew. The ship was equipped with a voyage data recorder, essentially a ship's black box. In their last transmissions, the crew's conversations revealed a terrifying reality. The ship was in serious trouble. Early on October 1st, Captain Davidson radioed ashore that the Alvaro had lost propulsion and was taking on water. The ship was leaning dangerously to one side, meaning it was capsizing and unable to right itself. The captain's voice remained calm, but the situation was getting out of control. The crew tried to make distress calls, but by then the El Faro was already trapped in the eye of the hurricane, the most violent part of the storm. Giant waves crashed against the ship, and, without power to the engines, it was helpless against the sea's fury. One of the last recorded conversations captured his first officer pleading, "Captain, time is running out." Moments later, the recording was interrupted. When El Faro did not arrive in Puerto Rico, a large-scale search operation was launched that lasted several days. Coast Guard helicopters and rescue ships scoured the area for any sign of the missing ship. At first, all they found was a trail of debris, lifeboats, a life ring, and pieces of cargo floating in the open sea, but the ship was nowhere to be found. It was not until more than a month later, on November 1st, that the remains were finally located almost 15,000 feet below the surface, resting on the ocean floor. The ship had sunk in one piece, its final resting place a silent tomb for the 33 crew members on board. The discovery brought closure, but also more questions. The official cause of the sinking was determined to be a combination of mechanical failures and the ship's unfortunate position in the storm, but many believe the tragedy could have been avoided. Some experts argue that Captain Davidson miscalculated the severity of the storm and should have changed course sooner. Others point out that the ship was not in condition of its unfortunate position in the storm, but many believe the tragedy could have been avoided. Some experts argue that Captain Davidson miscalculated the severity of the storm and should have changed course sooner. Others point to the built in the 1970s. The El Faro was an old ship with outdated lifeboats, unable to withstand such extreme conditions. There is also speculation that the company that owned the ship had pressured the crew to maintain the schedule despite the impending hurricane, as delays meant lost profits. And in the competitive shipping industry, time is money. Did financial pressure push the captain to take an unnecessary risk? What makes the El Faro disaster so chilling is that we know exactly how it happened, and yet it still seems like an indescribable horror. Unlike many lost ships, there are no myths, no legends, no ghost stories, just real people trapped in a nightmare, struggling to survive against forces beyond their control. The ocean took them, as it has taken so many before. The sinking of the SS El Faro was a modern maritime tragedy, a story in which we know exactly what happened, but that still haunts us for its inevitability. However, not all ships leave a detailed record of their last moments. Some disappear into legend, with their last hours shrouded in mystery. And few lost ships have captured the imagination like the SS Edmund Fitzgerald, a huge freighter that sank without a single survivor, leaving only disturbing questions and speculation in its wake. The SS Edmund Fitzgerald was not just any ship. At 729 feet in length, it was the largest freighter on the Great Lakes of North America when launched in 1958. Built to transport iron ore from the mines of Minnesota to the steel mills of the Midwest, it was a workhorse of the shipping industry that made routine crossings through the unpredictable waters of Lake Superior. Despite its industrial purpose, the Edmund Fitzgerald enjoyed prestige. It was the pride of the Great Lakes Fleet and had earned nicknames such as the Queen of the Lakes for its size and reputation. The crew of the ship felt very proud of their vessel, and, over the years, it became one of the best-known ships that ever sailed the inland seas of North America. For 17 years, it operated without major incident, but that all changed on November 10, 1975. That month, the Edmund Fitzgerald was making what should have been a routine trip from Superior, Wisconsin, to a steel mill near Detroit, transporting over 26,000 tons of iron or pellets. It was a known route that it had traveled many times before. Captain Ernest Morley, an experienced sailor, was in command. With him were 28 crew members, veteran sailors accustomed to the challenges of the Great Lakes. But as the ship set sail, a winter storm was forming that would prove to be one of the worst Lake Superior had ever seen. By the night of November 9th, the storm had intensified, bringing giant waves and hurricane-force winds. Another freighter, the Arthur M. Anderson, was sailing the same route and was in radio contact with the Edmund Fitzgerald. Both captains knew that a difficult night awaited them, but neither could imagine how deadly the storm would become. Throughout the following day, conditions continued to deteriorate. The waves reached 76 meters, and the winds blew at almost 95 kilometers per hour. The Edmund Fitzgerald took a beating, and by mid-afternoon on November 10th, the ship began reporting problems. The storm had torn off railings, water was entering through the deck, and the radar had stopped working. Despite this, Mermantuvo remained confident. Around 7:10 p.m. he made his last radio transmission to the Arthur M. Anderson saying, "We are staying afloat." It was the last that was known of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Minutes after that last radio call, the radar of the Arthur M. Anderson lost contact with the Edmund Fitzgerald. The ship had disappeared without sending a distress signal, without asking for help, and without any indication that the crew was trying to abandon ship. Rescue efforts began immediately, but at first they found nothing. No lifeboats, no survivors, no wreckage, only the endless waves of Lake Superior battered by the storm. It was not until days later when the remains, including lifeboats and twisted metal, began to reach the coast. Weeks later, sonar scanners finally located the remains of the Edmund Fitzgerald, which lay on the bottom of Lake Superior in two huge pieces more than 500 feet below the surface. But even with the discovery, the mystery remained unsolved. What exactly had happened in those final moments? Unlike many shipwrecks, there were no eyewitnesses to the disappearance of the Edmund Fitzgerald, and its sudden disappearance left investigators searching for answers. Over the years, several theories have emerged, but none offers a definitive explanation. One of the most accepted theories is that the ship suffered structural failure. The intense storm, combined with the ship's heavy load, may have caused the hull to break under pressure. If this happened, the Edmund Fitzgerald could have taken on water quickly and sunk in a matter of seconds, too fast for the crew to react. Another theory suggests that the ship ran aground in a Lake Superior, full of unpredictable underwater terrain, and some experts believe that the ship may have collided with a submerged obstacle that flooded it before breaking. There is also speculation that the storm itself was responsible. The Great Lakes are known for producing giant waves, huge walls of water that can appear without warning. Some believe that a wave of up to 35 feet may have hit the Edmund Fitzgerald, sinking it before breaking. There is also speculation that the storm was responsible. The Great Lakes are known for producing giant waves, huge walls of water that can appear without warning. Some believe that a wave of up to 35 feet high may have hit the Edmund Fitzgerald, sinking it before it could send a distress signal. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the ship's sinking is the lack of recovered bodies. None of the 29 crew members were found, leading some to wonder if they sank with the wreckage or if they were swept into the cold abyss, lost forever. The SS Edmund Fitzgerald remains one of the most famous shipwrecks in North American history, thanks in part to its mysterious nature and the haunting ballad that was written about it in 1976. Canadian musician Gordon Lightfoot released The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, a song that immortalized the tragedy and made the story known to millions. Today, the site of the shipwreck is a protected tomb, and diving expeditions are highly restricted out of respect for the missing crew members. However, in 1995, a team of researchers recovered the ship's bell from the depths and placed it in a museum as a memorial to those who perished. Despite the passage of time, the questions surrounding the Edmund Fitzgerald remain unanswered. What exactly caused the ship to sink so quickly? Did the crew have any chance to escape? Could another ship suffer the same fate in the treacherous waters of Lake Superior? Treacherous waters of Lake Superior? One thing is certain. The Great Lakes have always been unpredictable, capable of going from calm to death in the blink of an eye. The SS Edmund Fitzgerald remains one of the most disturbing maritime mysteries in modern history. A ship lost in the depths of Lake Superior without a single survivor. But although it met its fate in the crushing depths of fresh water, not all ghost ships end up at the bottom of the ocean. Some are left adrift, carried by currents for years, disappearing and reappearing without explanation. One of the strangest cases in recent history was that of the MV Lubab Arriva, a ship that should have been scrapped, but instead became a modern ghost ship, lost at sea and possibly still somewhere waiting to be found. Built in 1976, the Lubab Arriva was a Soviet-era cruise ship designed to navigate icy waters. For years, it transported passengers on expeditions to the Arctic, offering impressive views of icebergs and wildlife in some of the most remote regions of the Earth. But over the years, what was once a proud vessel fell into disuse, and by the early 2000s it was no longer in use. It was abandoned in a Canadian port, rusting and becoming a shadow of its former self. Finally, the decision was made to scrap the vessel, and in 2013, it was towed from Newfoundland to a scrapyard in the Dominican Republic, but the trip did not go as planned. Shortly after setting sail, in the harsh winter conditions of the North Atlantic, the tow line broke and the Lubab Orvo was left adrift, completely unsupplied, floating aimlessly through some of the most unpredictable waters in the world. Canadian authorities briefly captured it, but decided it was no longer their responsibility and let it go. From that moment on, the ship was officially lost at sea, and that is where the mystery really begins. For months, reports of possible sightings arrived. The ship was large, difficult to miss, and yet no one seemed to be able to confirm exactly where it was. Some speculated that it had sunk, dragged down by the rough sea, but others believed that it was still out there, adrift, going deeper and deeper into the open sea, without crew, without maintenance. It was a ship without a captain that moved wherever the currents took it. Then the most disturbing theory emerged. The possibility that the Lubab Orava had been infested with rats trapped without food. The rodents on board would have had to devour each other, creating a floating and rusty mass of cannibal rats that moved silently through the Atlantic. Despite the strangeness of these claims, experts pointed out that the ship could have remained afloat for years without official confirmation of its sinking. It became the perfect ghost ship legend. Some fear that it would end up appearing somewhere, like a decaying hull crashing against an unsuspecting coast. Others believed that it could still be out there, carried by the tides, with an unknown final destination. From time to time, reports emerged of strange radar signals from unidentified vessels sighted in the distance, fueling speculation that the ship had not disappeared at all. Years passed without confirmed sightings, and, to this day, many take it for granted that the Lubab Orava must have finally met its end in the ocean. But without remains, without an official sinking, and without evidence to confirm its fate, it remains one of the strangest maritime mysteries of modern times. A ship destined for scrap, lost in the infinity of the Atlantic, abandoned adrift among the waves. Whether it lies at the bottom of the ocean or continues to drift unseen, its story has become one of the most disturbing ghost ship stories in history. However, it is not the only ship that has disappeared in strange circumstances, because the following case dates back almost a century. A ship that disappeared completely, leaving nothing more than speculation. The story of the MV Lubab Orave's so recent. A ghost ship of the modern era lost in the vast Atlantic without a clear destination. But not all lost ships are as simple as a broken cape and the relentless force of the currents. Some disappear in such strange and inexplicable circumstances that they leave more questions than answers. And perhaps no ghost ship is as chilling or as shrouded in mystery as the SS Ourang Medan, a vessel whose crew was allegedly found dead in horrific conditions with no explanation of what happened to them. The story of the Ourang Medan dates back to the late 1940s after World War II. The exact details are confusing, but the most accepted version states that the ship was a Dutch freighter sailing through the Strait of Malha, one of the busiest and most strategically important waterways in the world. The first sign of trouble came when nearby ships picked up a distress signal. The message was cryptic and chilling. A Morse code operator on board, according to reports, the Ourang Medan sent a brief and frantic transmission. All officers, including the captain, are dead in the navigation room and on the bridge. The entire crew may have died. After a brief pause, a final message was received with two words that only increased the mystery. I die. Nearby ships responded and traced the distress call to the approximate location of the Ourang Medan. When the rescue teams arrived, they found a freighter floating eerily in calm waters, apparently undamaged and with no signs of struggle or attack. But what they found inside was far more disturbing than they expected. The entire crew had died, Their bodies lay scattered across the decks, frozen in expressions of pure terror, with their mouths open in silent screams. It is said that their eyes were wide open with fear, as if they had witnessed something horrible in their last moments. Even the ship's dog was found lifeless, with its body twisted, as if it had been overcome by the same terror that had seized the crew in their last moments. There were no visible wounds, no blood, no bullet wounds. No, the ship's dog was found lifeless, with its body twisted, as if it had been overcome by the same terror that had taken the crew. There were no visible wounds, no blood, no bullet wounds, no signs of struggle. The engine room was intact, the cargo intact. It was as if death had come suddenly, taking all the souls on board without a single trace of violence. The rescue team, understandably shocked, tried to tow the ship back to port for further investigation. But before they could do so, something even stranger began to smoke from the lower decks, which quickly spread throughout the ship. Within seconds, a fire broke out, engulfing the Ourang Medan in flames. The rescuers barely had time to retreat before a huge explosion shook the ship and sent it to the bottom of the ocean, lost forever. And with it, the Ourang Medan took its secrets. Theories about what happened range from the most plausible to the most extravagant. Some believe that the ship was carrying dangerous chemicals, possibly nerve agents left over from the war, which leaked and poisoned the crew. This would explain the absence of visible injuries and the strange expressions of terror, as certain chemical agents can cause seizures and facial contortions in their victims. Others suggest that it was carbon monoxide poisoning from a faulty boiler, a silent killer that could have killed the crew before they realized what was happening. But there are also more supernatural explanations. Some claim that the Ourang Medan came across something that was not of this world, a force from another world, a ghostly presence, or something that lurked in the depths that wiped out the entire crew. Others suggest that the ship was attacked by an unknown entity, a failed experiment, or even an encounter with a UFO. The fact that the ship was destroyed before a real investigation could be carried out only adds to the mystery, leaving behind nothing more than a ghost story that is whispered among sailors. Skeptics argue the Ourang Medan may never have existed. The SS Ourang Medan may be one of the most chilling ghost stories ever told, but despite as much speculation as it inspires, there are no official records that confirm its existence. Some believe that it was a legend, an exaggerated tale that was passed on among sailors. Others think the truth was deliberately erased. But not all maritime mysteries are so ambiguous. Some disappearances were recorded with meticulous detail, leaving real evidence and very real unanswered questions. One of the most infamous cases is the disappearance of the USS Cyclops, a ship that not only disappeared, but ceased to exist completely along with more than 300 men. The USS Cyclops was an enormous collier built for the United States Navy in 1910. With more than 540 feet in length and a weight of almost 20,000 tons, it was one of the largest ships of the fleet at that time. Its main objective was to transport coal to power American warships, and during the First World War, it played a crucial role in the supply of the Navy, but it was not just any cargo ship. The Cyclops was part of a class of ships known for their reinforced structure and large cargo capacity. It was a workhorse designed to withstand some of the harshest conditions at sea. At the beginning of 1918, the war was still in full swing, but the Cyclops was not on the front. It had been entrusted with a critical supply mission to transport more than 10,000 tons of manganese, ore, an essential material for steel production, across the Atlantic. The ship set sail from Brazil at the end of February, making a scheduled stop in Barbados before continuing toward its final destination, Baltimore. Everything seemed routine. The weather was calm, the ship was in good condition, and the crew had no reason to expect problems. Then, without warning, the Cyclops disappeared. No distress signals were sent, no remains were found, and no survivors appeared. It was as if the ship had been torn from existence, swallowed by the ocean without trace. The disappearance of the Cyclops remains one of the greatest losses of lives in the naval history of the United States, not related to combat, with 306 men on board at that time. Despite a century of speculation, no one has figured out exactly what happened. The United States Navy immediately launched a search operation that combed the waters along the planned route. But after weeks of searching, nothing was found. Not a single piece of the shipwreck, not an oil slick, not a single indication of the enormous ship. The loss was so disconcerting that the authorities could only reach one conclusion. The USS Cyclops had simply vanished. For years, various theories have been considered about what could have caused the sudden disappearance of such a large and robustly built ship. Some of the most logical explanations point to structural failure. The Cyclops had suffered engine problems at the beginning of its journey, and reports from Barbu suggested that it was sailing with only one of its two engines. A fully loaded cargo ship with engine problems would be vulnerable, especially if it encountered bad weather. Although the ship was considered robust, it had a significant defect. Its structure was heavily reinforced with a single long beam that ran throughout the hull. If that beam failed, the entire ship could split in half and rapidly sink to the bottom of the ocean. But even if the Cyclops had sunk due to mechanical failure, why were no remains found? A ship of that size does not disappear under the surface without leaving a trace. The ocean is vast, but with the traffic in the area and the resources dedicated to the search, at least some remains should have been sighted. This leads to another possibility, which some believe was deliberately covered up. The Cyclops was transporting a huge load of manganese, or a mineral fundamental to the war effort. Some theories suggest that the ship may have been sabotaged, possibly by German spies, or even by an internal act of mutiny. The idea that enemy agents could have infiltrated the crew and deliberately sunk the ship is not entirely implausible. The First World War was a time of espionage and covert operations, and the United States had just entered the war. If the ship was attacked, it is possible that it was deliberately sunk far from where the search teams expected to find it. Another theory suggests that the Cyclops was a victim of rogue waves, enormous, unpredictable walls of water that are known to be able to capsize even the largest ships. Rogue waves were not fully understood at that time, but modern studies have confirmed that they can reach heights of more than 30 meters and appear without warning, often with enough force to split a ship in half. If the Cyclops already had engine problems and was taking on water, a sudden monster wave could have overwhelmed it instantly. But then comes the strangest of all, the connection with the Bermuda Triangle. The Cyclops disappeared in a region known for unexplained disappearances, and over the decades, its history has been linked to other ships and planes that have mysteriously disappeared in the same area. Some claim that the Bermuda Triangle is home to an unusual magnetic anomaly that disrupts navigation and communications. Others suggest more supernatural explanations, ranging from time distortion to extraterrestrial intervention. Of course, skeptics dismiss these ideas as little more than myths, arguing that disappearances in the region are often attributed to natural causes, such as unpredictable weather and strong currents. Even if the Bermuda Triangle is not to blame, the fate of the USS Cyclops remains one of the most perplexing maritime mysteries in history. With no survivors, no remains, and no definitive answers, it has become a ghost story of the sea, a reminder that not even the most advanced technology could prevent a ship from simply disappearing. But the Cyclops was only the beginning. Over the years, two of its sister ships, the USS Nereus and the USS Proteus, also disappeared in eerily similar circumstances. Both were carrying heavy loads of metallic minerals. Both disappeared without a trace, and both were lost in the Atlantic, not far from where the Cyclops was last seen. Although coincidence is always possible, the fact that three almost identical ships suffered the same fate has led some to believe that there may be a common cause yet to be discovered. A century after its disappearance, the USS Cyclops remains lost in the depths, an unresolved mystery that continues to baffle historians and maritime experts. If the wreck were ever found, it could provide answers about what really happened on that fateful voyage. The disappearance of the USS Cyclops is one of the greatest maritime mysteries in history. An entire ship and its entire crew disappeared without a trace, leaving only speculation. But while some lost ships remain hidden beneath the waves, others resurface in disturbing circumstances, sailing silently through the ocean without a crew explanation, or signs of life. Ghost ships are among the most disturbing mysteries of the sea, and one of the strangest in modern history was discovered in 2006, when an Australian Coast Guard patrol came across a huge cargo ship floating aimlessly off the Queensland coast. There were no distress signals, no signs of struggle, and no crew. It was the MV Yansan, a ghost ship that should not have existed and remains as big a mystery today as when it was found. The MV Jianshang was first sighted adrift near the Gulf of Carpentaria, an isolated stretch of ocean between northern Australia and Papua New Guinea. The vessel itself was unusual, a rusty, worn tanker with no visible license plate, identifying marks, or signs of recent human activity. From a distance, it looked like any other cargo ship abandoned to the elements. But when the authorities approached, they quickly realized that something was wrong. There was no crew on board. The ship had no engine, no obvious signs of damage, and nothing to indicate where it came from or how long it had been adrift. It was as if the MV Giant Ourang had been deliberately abandoned, left adrift in the open sea like a ghost. When officials boarded, they found few clues to explain its origin or purpose. There was a huge warehouse of intact and carefully stored rice, but apart from this, there were no personal effects, records, or navigation books. Nothing that would give any clue as to who had last sailed it or why they had disappeared. The Australian authorities launched an immediate investigation, searched for records of the vessel, checked reports of missing vessels, and tried to locate its registration, but the name MV Jianshang coincided with no known maritime record. In fact, there was no official evidence that the ship had ever existed. The most disconcerting thing was that the ship was not in bad condition. It was old and rusty, but had not been battered by a storm or shattered by giant waves. It had been violently abandoned, and there were no signs of emergency. The fact that it was carrying a large amount of rice suggested that it had been in use shortly before being discovered, which made the total absence of a crew even more disturbing. So what happened? One of the prevailing theories is that the MV Jansen was a resupply vessel, possibly used to refuel or transfer goods between larger ships. Some believe that it may have been used for smuggling and abandoned once its purpose was fulfilled, but this raises an even bigger question. Why was it not sunk or destroyed? If smugglers had used it for illicit purposes, why did they leave it intact, knowing it could be found? Another theory suggests that the crew may have abandoned the ship due to mechanical failure, choosing to leave rather than try to repair at sea. If the ship had been adrift for weeks or months, it is possible that all identifying records deteriorated or were removed before the vessel was abandoned. But, once again, this explanation does not account for a crucial fact. The MV Ginseng did not issue distress signals or emergency calls, nor was the crew's disappearance reported. Some have speculated that the ship was part of an illegal operation, possibly human trafficking or forced labor, in which the crew was deliberately removed or silenced. Although there is no direct evidence to support this hypothesis, the complete erasure of the ship's history and records is undeniably suspicious. Despite an exhaustive investigation, the MV Jianong remains an enigma without an official owner or crew that can provide answers. The authorities had no choice but to declare it a true ghost ship. The vessel was eventually towed and sunk off the coast of Australia, ensuring that it would never drift again. But even as it sank beneath the waves, the mystery remained unsolved. Who had sailed it? Where had it come from? And why had it been abandoned to its fate? The MV Jansen was a ghost ship in the most literal sense of the word. It wandered aimlessly, without crew, records, or a clear origin. It was as if it had been torn from time, with its history erased by the waves. But while some ghost ships are found empty, leaving only questions, others disappear completely, taking their crew and secrets with them. In some cases, these disappearances are so complete that, even after centuries, no trace is found. One of the most disconcerting maritime disappearances in history is that of the Blenheim, a British merchant ship that set sail in the early 19th century and was never seen again. Unlike many lost ships, the Blenheim was not caught in a storm. Maritime disappearances in history is that of the Blenheim, a British merchant ship that set sail in the early 19th century and was never seen again. Unlike many lost ships, the Blenheim was not caught in a storm, nor was it attacked by pirates, nor was it abandoned at sea. It simply disappeared, taking with it one of the most feared and controversial naval officers of the time. At the heart of this mystery is Admiral Sir Thomas Masterman Hardy, a name etched in British naval history for his role in the Napoleonic Wars. Hardy was famous for being present when Lord Nelson died at the Battle of Trafalgar, and his reputation accompanied him for a long time. But at the time of the last voyage of the Blenheim, Hardy at the helm, but another British admiral, Sir Thomas Trowbridge, a decorated officer who had developed a long career in the Royal Navy, but who in 1807 was facing a downward turn in his fortune. Trowbridge had been assigned to command the Blenheim, a 74-gun warship that had been converted into a merchant ship. The ship was old and, reportedly, in poor condition, deteriorated by years of combat and long voyages throughout the British Empire. Despite concerns about its seaworthiness, the Blenheim was tasked with sailing from India to Great Britain, calling at various ports along the way. In early 1807, the Blenheim set sail from Medan, accompanied by another ship, the Harrier. The voyage was supposed to be routine, but as the ships ventured into the Indian Ocean, they encountered a violent storm. The Harrier managed to weather the chaos, but when the sky cleared, the Blenheim had disappeared. There were no distress signals, no wreckage, and no survivors. The Blenheim, along with its entire crew, had disappeared. Search efforts were initiated, but no trace of the ship was ever found. Some believed that the ship had succumbed to the storm, shattered by the relentless waves, but others were not so sure. Bridge had been a controversial figure, known for his strict discipline and occasionally harsh leadership. Rumors spread that the crew had silenced the captain, taken control of the ship, and deliberately disappeared. Adding to the mystery, there were later reports of sailors in the region claiming to have seen a battered warship adrift at sea, with broken sails and a disturbingly silent deck. But when someone went to investigate, it had always disappeared. If the Blenheim had sunk, why was no wreckage ever found? And if it had been taken by mutineers, where had it gone? To this day, the Blenheim remains a disturbing mystery. An entire ship swallowed by the ocean without a trace, a warship that became a ghost. The Blenheim is a disturbing reminder of how the sea can erase even the most powerful ships without a trace. A ship, its crew, and its captain all disappeared, leaving nothing more than questions. Some maritime disappearances are immediate, lost to storms and violent waters. Others, slower and stranger. A ship sets sail from port as usual, its crew expecting a routine trip, and then nothing. No distress calls, no remains, just silence. In the modern era, with all the advances in communications and navigation, it should be nearly impossible for a large ship to simply disappear, but in 1980, that is exactly what happened. A huge American cargo ship, the SS Poet, set sail from Philadelphia, bound for the Middle East. It was a trip that the ship had made many times before, but this time it never arrived. The Poet disappeared somewhere in the vast Atlantic Ocean, and, to this day, no one knows exactly what happened. The SS Poet was a World War II cargo ship, originally built in 1944 as part of the war effort. Throughout the decades, it had been reused and modernized, becoming a bulk carrier used to transport grains and other goods around the world. At the time of its last voyage, the Poet was almost 40 years old but still considered seaworthy. On the afternoon of December 24, 1980, the Poet set sail from Philadelphia with a cargo of corn bound for Port Said, Egypt. The 34 crew members on board expected an uneventful voyage across the Atlantic, following well-established sea routes. The ship was in good condition, the weather was clear, and there was no cause for concern. The Poet's departure was recorded, and radio contact was established with the ship. The next morning, everything was normal, but after that transmission, the Poet went silent. Days passed, and the ship was due to check in as it passed through the Azores, but nothing was known of it when it did not reach its destination in Egypt. Alarms went off, and the United States Coast Guard launched a large-scale search tracking the Atlantic in search of any trace of the ship, but the Azores were not found. But there was no news when it did not reach its destination in Egypt. Alarms went off, and the United States Coast Guard launched a large-scale search throughout the Atlantic in search of any trace of the ship, but they found nothing. No distress calls, no emergency signals, no remains, just an empty sea. For a modern cargo ship to disappear completely without leaving a trace of wreckage was almost unheard of. The investigators had only theories, each more disturbing than the last. One of the most immediate concerns was that the Atlantic is famous for its unpredictable conditions and giant waves, huge walls of water that can sink ships in an instant. If the poet had encountered one of these giant waves, it could have sunk too quickly for the crew to send a distress signal. But if it had sunk, why were no remains found? Cargo ships do not usually disappear without a trace. Oil slicks or life rafts usually appear on the surface, but in the case of the poet, the ocean returned nothing. Another possibility is that the ship suffered a catastrophic mechanical failure and disappeared without a trace. The remains, oil slicks or life rafts usually appear on the surface, but in the case of the poet, the ocean returned nothing. Another possibility is that the ship suffered a catastrophic mechanical failure. The poet was an old ship, and although it had passed inspections, structural weaknesses can sometimes go unnoticed. A sudden breach in the hull or an explosion in the engine room could have caused rapid flooding that sank the ship before anyone could react. Then, there's the theory that the poet was the target of something much more sinister. The ship's destination, Egypt, led some investigators to speculate about piracy or even political motives. In the early 1980s, world politics were turbulent, and some believe that the poet may have been intercepted, hijacked, or destroyed, but there is no evidence to support this theory, and no ransom was ever demanded. One of the most disturbing theories comes from those who believe that the poet may have been involved in something secret, perhaps an unauthorized shipment of weapons disguised as a grain delivery. Some suggest that the ship was attacked by an unknown force and silenced before it could reach its destination. But, once again, there is no solid evidence, only speculation. The families of the 34 crew members were left without answers, only with grief. In 1989, almost a decade after the disappearance of the poet, the United States Coast Guard officially declared the case closed, stating that the ship was presumed lost at sea, but that explanation has never been satisfactory. To this day, the poet remains a puzzling disappearance, a ghost ship that never returned. Unlike ships that leave behind empty decks and an unsettling silence, the poet left nothing. No lifeboats, no remains, just an open sea where a 522-foot-long ship once sailed. The disappearance of the SS Poet was a chilling reminder of how vast and relentless the ocean can be. A huge cargo ship disappeared without a trace, leaving only speculation and unanswered questions. But the poet is not the only ship that has become a ghost at sea. Some vessels disappear completely and are never seen again. Others reappear in such strange circumstances that they seem almost supernatural. Few ghost ship stories are as famous or mysterious as that of the Mary Celeste, a ship found adrift, perfectly intact, but with no crew on board, no signs of struggle, no evidence of disaster, just an unsettling silence and a lingering mystery that has never been solved. The Mary Celeste is one of the most famous maritime enigmas of all time, and more than a century and a half later, we are still asking ourselves the same question. What happened to the crew? The Mary Celeste was a merchant brigantine built in 1861 and originally launched under the name Amazon. It was a sturdy 103-ton vessel designed for transatlantic trade, carrying goods between Europe, North America, and beyond, but from the beginning, the ship had a turbulent history. On its maiden voyage, its first captain died unexpectedly. Over the years, it ran aground, collided with another ship, and even caught fire in port. Some sailors murmured that the ship was cursed, but most dismissed it as just bad luck. After several changes of ownership, it was renamed Mary Celeste and sent back to sea. In 1872, it was under the command of Captain Benjamin Briggs, an experienced sailor with a crew of 7, along with his wife Sarah and 2-year-old daughter Sophia. On July 11, 1872, the Mary Celeste set sail from New York, bound for Genoa, Italy, with a cargo of 1,701 barrels of industrial alcohol. It should have been a routine Atlantic crossing, but the ship never reached its destination. On August 12, 1872, almost a month after the Mary Celeste set sail from New York, a British vessel sailing the Atlantic spotted something strange. A ship adrift in the open sea, with its sails unfurled and swaying with the current. As they approached, they realized something was wrong. There was no one at the helm or on deck. The ship was completely abandoned. The captain of the Gracia, David Moroyus, personally knew Captain Briggs, and it made no sense that, from the moment it set sail, the SS Warata gave off an air of uncertainty. Although it was a new ship, built by one of the most respected naval companies of the time, there was some unease among passengers and crew. The ship gave a strange sensation. Some described it as a slow rocking, a disturbing and heavy movement that made the rough sea seem even more unpredictable. At first, these concerns were dismissed. After all, it was a modern ship, built to withstand the inclemencies of the open sea, but the doubts persisted and, with each trip, the rumors grew stronger. The Lawara ATA was designed as a luxurious ocean liner, but it was also intended to function as a cargo ship, a hybrid built to serve the flourishing trade routes between Europe and Australia. However, some believe that this dual-purpose design made it unstable, especially in adverse conditions. Its imposing superstructure and high holds created a center of gravity that, if mismanaged, could lead to serious problems. Some crew members reported that, in turbulent waters, the ship felt abnormally slow to respond to the waves in a way that suggested a fundamental flaw in its balance. Others, confident in the engineering of the time, dismissed these concerns as exaggerated ones. Whatever the truth, the Wara would soon have no chance to prove or disprove the doubts of its detractors. In mid-1909, the Wara was completing its second voyage between England and Australia. It had already made the journey before, albeit with scattered reports of restless passengers claiming it handled poorly in adverse conditions. On July 26th, it set sail from the South African port of Durban bound for Cape Town, a stretch of ocean famous for its unpredictable weather, strong currents, and sudden and violent storms. Where the warm Indian Ocean meets the cold waters of the Atlantic, and where giant waves and extreme turbulence have long plagued sailors. Despite these dangers, the Warata sailed smoothly as it headed toward the coast. The next morning, another vessel, the Clan McIntyre freighter, spotted the Warata on the horizon. The two ships exchanged routine signals and greetings, indicating a normal and uneventful crossing. The crew of the Clan McIntyre observed nothing unusual. The Warata was sailing at full speed, confidently cutting through the waves, but as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished. When the Warata did not arrive in Cape Town, concern quickly turned to alarm, and search efforts began almost immediately, with ships scouring the coast and sighting the horizon for any sign of wreckage, lifeboats, or survivors. However, despite traveling hundreds of kilometers, the rescue teams found nothing. No wreckage, no distress calls, no lifeboats. Adrift in the sea, the Warata had simply disappeared. In the following days and weeks, speculation soared. Newspapers published conflicting theories. Had the ship collided with a hidden reef and sunk in the midst of a storm? Had an engine failure left it helpless against the brutal waves of the South Atlantic? Or had its alleged instability caused it to suddenly capsize, giving the crew no time to react? Without evidence, no theory could be confirmed, but one possibility that was once dismissed as a popular legend has gained strength in recent decades: the rogue wave. Modern oceanography has confirmed that rogue waves, walls of water more than 25 meters high, exist and form precisely in the type of unpredictable waters through which the Warata was sailing. If such a wave had hit its side, the already heavily loaded ship could have capsized instantly, disappearing beneath the waves before a single distress signal could be sent. But the disappearance of the Warata did not remain silent. strange stories began to emerge. It was rumored to be a ghost ship, adrift off the South African coast. Fishermen spoke of strange lights flickering in the water, appearing and disappearing without warning. Some sailors swore they had glimpsed the outline of a large ship that bore an uncanny resemblance to the Warada, sailing through the fog before fading into nothingness. One captain even claimed to have seen its ghostly form just beyond the waves, with its silhouette flickering like an apparition before disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. Decades passed, but the Warada remained an obsession for many into the 80s. Treasure hunter Emlyn Brown dedicated more than 20 years to searching for it, using sonars, remotely operated vehicles, and deep-sea diving equipment in an effort to locate the missing ship. Again and again, promising leads faded, submerged rock formations mistaken for shipwrecks, unidentified remains leading to dead ends. Finally, after 2 decades of fruitless searching, Brown called off the mission. He believed that the Warada would never be found, but the mystery remains unsolved. If the Warada was never recovered, what really happened to it? One of the prevailing theories focuses on its controversial design. The reports of its inaugural trip had already suggested that it had a tendency to list in rough seas, a sign of poor stability. If its cargo shifted during the bad weather, or if its ballast tanks were managed incorrectly, it could have caused the ship to rock to the point of no return, capsizing so suddenly that the crew had no time to react. Another possibility is structural failure, since it was a new design that combined passenger accommodation with heavy cargo holds, which could have subjected it to unforeseen stresses that compromised its hull. If it suffered a critical failure in the open sea, it could have split and sunk before anyone could raise the alarm. And then there are the strangest theories, such as the idea that the ship entered an anomalous meteorological phenomenon or was dragged by a sudden underwater current. Some even speculate that the disappearance of the Warada enters into the category of ships lost for inexplicable causes, disappeared in an anomaly like its lesser-known counterpart of the Bermuda Triangle, the vortex of the South Atlantic. What remains undeniable is the chilling nature of the Warada's fate. Unlike other shipwrecks, there were no remains, no distress calls, no confirmed sightings after the morning of July 27, 1909. It was as if the ocean had swallowed it completely. Still today, sailors tell stories of ghostly lights in the fog, of a ship seen in the distance that disappears moments later, a vessel lost in time, but that never rests in peace. The Warada remains one of the greatest maritime mysteries of all time, a ship that went into the unknown and never returned. But maritime mysteries do not end there. Throughout the centuries, countless ships have disappeared, sometimes taking all the passengers with them, never to be seen again. And in 1880, the HMS Atlanta, a training ship of the British Navy, became one of the most perplexing disappearances in history. A ship full of young sailors setting sail on what should have been a routine trip, only to disappear completely, without a trace, without survivors, without anything. The HMS Atlanta was not a warship or a merchant ship, but a training ship designed to train young cadets of the Royal Navy. Originally built as HMS Juno in 1844, it served as a 6th-class frigate before being converted into a training ship in 1878. Renamed Atalanta, the ship became a floating classroom used to teach future sailors the ins and outs of life at sea. In January 1880, the HMS Atalanta set sail from Bermuda bound for England. On board were 281 men, most of them young cadets training under the command of Captain Francis Sterling. The trip was supposed to be simple, a return crossing across the Atlantic that had been done countless times before, but this time something went terribly wrong. The ship never arrived, no distress signal was received, no remains of the shipwreck were found. The HMS Atalanta had simply disappeared, swallowed by the sea without a trace. The disappearance of the HMS Ellant unleashed great concern, and an exhaustive search was initiated. But despite combing the ocean for months, no trace of the ship or its crew was ever found. One of the most accepted theories is that the ship encountered a violent storm. The North Atlantic in winter is known for its unpredictable climate, and some historians believe that the Atlanta may have been caught in a strong gale that overwhelmed it. Being a wooden sailboat, it would have been vulnerable to sudden storms, and if the storm was strong enough, it could have capsized or been shattered by the waves. Another possibility is that the ship was the victim of a phenomenon known as a white squall, a sudden and intense storm that can form without warning and generate hurricane-force winds that strike with devastating speed. If the Atlanta encountered such a storm, it is possible that it sank before the crew had time to react. But not everyone believes that the ship alone was to blame. Some theories suggest that the ship may have suffered structural failures, since, being a training ship, the Atlanta carried many inexperienced sailors who were not prepared for the harsh conditions of the open sea. If the rigging was mishandled or a critical error was made during a storm, the ship could have gone out of control, which would have led to disaster. Others have speculated that a rogue wave, a huge and unexpected wall of water that can reach more than 25 meters in height, could have been responsible. Rogue waves are known to strike with little warning, and, in the days of wooden ships, a single blow could easily have sent the ship to the bottom of the ocean. Of course, there are also more unusual theories. Some have linked the HMS Atalanta with the Bermuda Triangle, since its last known location was near that region, famous for unexplained disappearances. Although there is no concrete evidence to support the idea that the Bermuda Triangle influenced its fate, the total absence of remains or survivors has fueled speculation that something strange may have happened. Despite numerous search efforts and investigations, the HMS Atalanta was never found, and the British Admiralty concluded that it was probably lost in a storm, but with no remains, no corpses, and no definitive evidence. Its fate remains one of the great mysteries of the sea. The disappearance was a devastating loss for the Royal Navy and led to major changes in the operation of training ships. Future ships were built with improved safety measures, and training routes were reconsidered to avoid the most dangerous waters during the most intense storm seasons. But for the families of the 281 men on board, there was no closure, no graves to mourn, no answers. Just another ship swallowed by the Atlantic, lost in time. The ocean has a way of making people disappear. Some ships, like the HMS Atalanta, are never seen again, swallowed by the waves. Others, like the Resolve, reappear hauntingly intact, but completely abandoned, as if their crews had vanished into thin air. The Resolve is one of the most disconcerting ghost ships of the sea, a vessel found adrift in the Atlantic in 1884, with the sails still in the wind and the cargo intact, but without a soul on board. The Resolve was a 130-ton merchant brigantine, a sturdy and reliable ship built for the long voyages of maritime trade. In August 1884, it set sail from Wales bound for Newfoundland, carrying a cargo of coal and general merchandise. Its captain, John James, was an experienced sailor, and his crew was small but competent. By all accounts, it was supposed to be an uneventful trip. The ship was in good condition, the weather was good, and there was nothing unusual about the trip that awaited them. But something changed once they reached the open sea. Days later, the Roland was sighted adrift off the coast of Newfoundland by another ship, the Hazar. At first, everything seemed normal. The brigantine was intact, its sails were moving in the wind, but as the Hazar approached, something was not right. There were no signs of life on deck. No one responded to signals or calls. The ship was sailing alone, like an empty ghost on the waves. When the crew of the Hazar finally boarded, they encountered a scene as disturbing as it was disturbing. The cabin showed no signs of struggle. The captain's quarters were in order, his bed was made, his personal effects were still carefully placed, the crew's belongings remained intact, and the cargo was completely intact, with no evidence of theft or piracy. The navigation log was still there, but its last entry contained nothing unusual. No distress signal, no warning, just the routine details of a trip that, by all appearances, had gone normally. Only two things were missing: the ship's lifeboat and all the crew. It was clear that the crew of the Resolve had abandoned ship. But why were there no signs of damage to the hull? No leaks, no indication that the ship was sinking or had taken on water. The provisions were abundant, and the weather at the time was calm. Everything suggested that the ship had been abandoned hastily, but there was no indication of panic or violence. This mystery has baffled historians for over a century, and countless theories have been proposed to explain what happened to the crew. One possibility is that they abandoned ship due to a false perception of danger. Some suggest that the Resolven may have encountered a thick fog or an unusual atmospheric phenomenon that made the crew believe the ship was in danger. If they feared an imminent sinking, they could have hastily boarded the lifeboat only to get lost at sea. But if that were the case, why would experienced sailors, including a veteran captain, make such a fatal mistake when the ship showed no real signs of problems? Another theory points toward a criminal act. Although piracy was less common in the late 19th century, it was still a possibility. If another ship had intercepted the Resolven, forcing the crew to board the lifeboat and leaving the ship adrift, that could explain their disappearance. However, there were no signs of struggle, no missing cargo, and no reports of a pirate attack in the area. If there was a criminal act, it was carried out with precision, leaving no trace. Some speculate that the ship may have been hit by a giant wave that forced the crew to abandon ship in panic. Giant swells, massive and unpredictable walls of water, are known to capsize ships or sweep people overboard instantly. If such a wave had suddenly hit, the crew could have been thrown into the sea or felt that the ship was no longer safe, which would have made them flee. However, the lack of structural damage makes this explanation hard to accept. Then, the supernatural enters, as in all great maritime mysteries. Rumors of ghostly interference and paranormal events related to the fate of the Resolven have been heard. Some believe that the ship was cursed, that an invisible force drew the crew into the sea, leaving only the empty ship. Others claim that sea monsters, a common fear among sailors of the time, may have played a role. Although these explanations belong more to folklore than to facts, they highlight the disturbing nature of the case, because whatever happened, it was sudden, complete, and left no trace. The Resolven was eventually towed to shore, where investigators tried to reconstruct what had happened. No trace of the crew was found, nor remains of the lifeboat on the coast. In the end, no conclusive explanation was reached. The Resolven remains one of the great mysteries of ghost ships, another vessel that ventured into the Atlantic and returned without its crew, an empty hull adrift in the vast and ruthless sea. The ocean is a place of endless movement, with changing currents, tides that rise and fall, waves that push against the coast, ships that come and go, lost in storms, claimed by the depths, or simply forgotten. But what happens when a ship does not sink, when it does not disappear completely, but remains adrift among the waves for decades, appearing and disappearing like a ghost? That was the fate of the SS Bachamo, one of the most famous ghost ships in history, a ship that refused to die. The Bachamo was built in 1914, a steam-powered cargo ship designed to withstand the harsh Arctic conditions of the northern seas. Originally launched under ghost ships most famous in history, a vessel that refused to die. The Bachamo was built in 1914, a steam-powered cargo ship designed to withstand the harsh Arctic conditions of the northern seas. Originally launched under the German flag, the ship changed hands after the First World War, passing into the hands of the Hudson Bay Company, a major company dedicated to the fur trade. The Bachamo was responsible for transporting furs and supplies between northern Canada and the more southerly trading ports, sailing through the icy waters of the Arctic year after year without incident. In 1931, the ship was well known on the frozen trade routes and was captained by experienced sailors who knew how to handle the brutal conditions. But that year something changed. Winter was approaching and the ice began to form earlier than expected. The Bachamo was trapped in the icy waters off the coast of Alaska. It was not the first time this had happened, as getting trapped in the ice was a constant risk in the Arctic trade, but this time the crew was not sure if they could free the ship before the intense cold set in. For days, the crew tried to break the increasingly thick ice in the hope of escaping, but nature was not cooperating. The Bachamo was immobilized, unable to move, and as temperatures continued to drop, it became clear that the ship was not going anywhere. Faced with the brutal reality of the Arctic winter, the crew made the difficult decision to abandon ship. They built a temporary shelter on the ice and prepared to wait for the worst of the season to pass, watching the bay in case they had a chance to recover it. Then, one night, a strong blizzard struck the area. The storm was fierce, with hurricane-force winds, and blinding snow reduced visibility to almost nothing. When the weather finally calmed, and the crew went out to check their ship, the BAMO had disappeared. At first, they assumed that the ship had sunk, crushed by the moving ice and dragged below the surface by the relentless forces of the Arctic. But then, just a few days later, reports came in from local hunters claiming to have seen the ship adrift among the ice fields, eerily intact. Confused but determined, the crew tracked the Baiko down and found it floating aimlessly kilometers from where they had last seen it. But, at that time, the damage caused by the ice was so severe that they considered the ship too unstable to be rescued and too risky to attempt another voyage. With no other option, the Hudson Bay Company officially abandoned the Baiko, hoping it would be claimed by the ocean, but it was not. Instead of sinking, the BAMO became something more, something unusual in maritime history, an authentic ghost ship. Over the following decades, the BAMO continued to appear in different parts of the Arctic, drifting silently among the ice, always on the move, never staying in one place for long. Sailors, hunters, and explorers sighted the ship unexpectedly, sometimes glimpsing its dark hull emerging from the fog. Every time it was sighted, it was abandoned, without a crew, but still afloat, as if it refused to surrender to the sea. In 1932, a year after being presumed dead, a group of Inuit hunters ran into the ship again, still intact, adrift without a fixed course. In 1933, a crew of traders managed to board it with the hope of claiming it, but another brutal storm forced them to flee before being able to take control. Again and again, the Baiko was sighted and attempts were made to board her, but never successfully. One of the most famous sightings took place in 1939 when a group of explorers went on board and reported that, despite the years adrift in the Arctic, a large part of the cargo and interior remained practically intact. But, once again, before they could take control, a storm forced them to abandon ship. It was almost as if the Baiko had its own will and refused capture. With the passage of years, the sightings became less frequent. From time to time, a ship that passed by there or a group of Inuit travelers reported that they had seen the Baiko refusing to sink, but with each new sighting, the ship was in worse conditions. The ice had taken its toll, the storms had hit its hull, and the structure had begun to collapse slowly. Then, in 1969, the Baiko was last seen. A group of travelers reported sighting the ghost ship, but at that moment it barely stayed afloat. Its skeletal remained still floating, but barely recognizable as the proud cargo ship it once was. After that, it was never seen again. What happened to the Baiko? Most suppose that, after almost 40 years adrift, it finally succumbed to the Arctic. The ice that once tried to claim in 1931 probably finished the job decades later, dragging the ship under the waves and burying it forever in the cold, dark depths. But, once again, no remains of the shipwreck have ever been found. Nobody has located its final resting place, so the mystery remains unsolved. Did the Baiko finally meet its end, or is it still out there hidden under the ice, waiting for someone to find it? It is one of the longest-lived ghost ships in history, a vessel that defied nature, storms, and time itself, sailing long after it should have. The ocean has always been a mysterious place, a vast and implacable expanse that swallows ships, secrets, and sometimes entire cruises without leaving a trace for centuries. Sailors have ventured into the unknown, some never to return, leaving behind only fragments of their stories. Some of these disappearances remain unsolved. The remains of some shipwrecks are still waiting to be found under the waves, but others that were lost to history have finally been rediscovered, time capsules preserved in the depths that hold the last moments of their voyages doomed to failure. Few maritime tragedies are as disturbing as the story of HMS Erebus and HMS Terror. two state-of-the-art vessels of the Royal Navy that departed on an ambitious expedition to conquer the Arctic and disappeared without a trace. Their disappearance baffled historians for over 150 years, leaving behind little more than chilling rumors about hungry men, desperate final voyages, and disturbing accounts from the Inuit who found them in their last days. But, although their remains have now been found, the mystery of their fate remains unsolved. The Arctic is a place that keeps its secrets well, an expanse of ice and water so vast and implacable that anything lost within it can remain hidden for centuries. It is a land of extremes, where temperatures drop to -50 degrees Celsius, where the sun disappears for months, and where the ice moves constantly, swallowing anything that stays too long. It is one of the most inhospitable places on Earth, a region that has claimed the lives of countless explorers and, yet for centuries it has attracted men with the promise of riches, discoveries, and the chance to engrave their names in history. Among the many who tried to conquer it, one expedition stands out not for its success, but for its tragic and disturbing end. The story of HMS Erebus and HMS Terror is one of the greatest maritime mysteries in history, a story of ambition, perseverance, and the implacable, ruthless embrace of the Arctic. They were not just any ships. They were part of one of the most ambitious and fateful expeditions of the 19th century, an attempt to chart the legendary Northwest Passage, a route through the Arctic that promised to unite the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Instead, they disappeared, leaving behind a trail of scattered artifacts, chilling accounts of suffering, and a mystery that would endure for 150 years. In the mid-19th century, Great Britain was determined to be the first nation to complete the Northwest Passage, a treacherous Arctic sea route that could revolutionize trade for decades. Expeditions have been sent to map the region, but all had failed, either forced to turn back or lost in the ice. However, in 1845, the Royal Navy launched what was to be its best-equipped and planned Arctic voyage to date. In command of the mission was Sir John Franklin, a veteran of previous Arctic expeditions, an experienced explorer who had already mapped large parts of northern Canada. In command of 128 men aboard two ships, the HMS Erebus and the HMS Terror, the Franklin mission was to complete the last missing stretch of the Northwest Passage. The two ships were among the most advanced of their time. Originally built as warships designed to withstand heavy artillery fire, they were converted for polar exploration and reinforced with thick iron plates to withstand the crushing Arctic ice. They were equipped with steam engines that could propel them in calm waters when the wind was lacking and carried enough provisions for at least 3 years. Each ship had a library stocked with books, instruments for scientific studies, and even a crank organ to entertain the crew during the long, sunless Arctic winters. By all accounts, it was a trip prepared for any eventuality. The expedition set sail from England in May 1845 and made a brief stop in Greenland to send letters home before venturing into the Arctic. They were last seen in late July by whalers in Baffin Bay, where they appeared to be in good condition, sailing confidently west into the unknown. Then they disappeared for years. Nothing more was known of them. The British government initially assumed that the expedition had been delayed, but that it was safe. However, as time passed with no news, concern grew. In 1848, multiple search teams were sent to locate them, but the Arctic revealed nothing. No remains of the shipwreck, no survivors, only a frozen and empty expanse where two ships and 129 men had once been. In the 1850s, the first clues began to appear. A search team led by John Ray, a Scottish explorer, found Inuit communities that spoke of strange, hungry men who roamed the ice. According to reports, they had resorted to cannibalism in their final days, and their bodies lay scattered on the frozen ground. In 1859, another search team discovered a note left on a stone on King William Island. It was dated 1848, and its message was somber. Both ships had been trapped in the ice for more than a year and a half. Franklin had died in June of 1847 along with many crew members. The remaining men, weak and hungry, had abandoned the ships and tried to reach the south on foot, but but they never succeeded. The note was one of the last written records of the expedition doomed to failure, but it did not help much to explain the full extent of the disaster. What followed was one of the most heartbreaking survival stories in maritime history. According to the oral accounts of the Inuit, the desperate men had suffered frostbite, scurvy, and hunger. They had been seen dragging makeshift sleds full of provisions across the ice, with gaunt faces and erratic movements. Some had even spoken of seeing them eat the flesh of their fallen comrades, a horrible act, but understandable in such a brutal environment. When the skeletal remains of the crew were finally examined at the end of the 20th century, forensic analyses revealed deep marks on the bones, consistent with the extraction of meat. The stories were true. Despite all efforts, the ships remained lost. The Arctic had completely swallowed them, keeping its secrets under the ice and water for more than a century. The Erebus and Terror were nothing more than ghost ships spoken of in legends and speculations, but then, in 2014, a great advance occurred. A Canadian search team, using sonars and underwater drones, located the HMS Erebus in the Victoria Strait, resting on the seabed in a surprising state of conservation. 2 years later, the HMS Terror was found more than 50 miles away, in Terror Bay, with the hull intact and the cabins preserved as if frozen in time. Inside, the researchers discovered dishes stacked on the shelves, intact furniture, and even diaries and logbooks that one day could reveal more details about the crew's last days. The discovery of the wrecks solved a mystery, that of where the ships had ended up, but it left many questions unanswered. Why were they trapped for so long? What really caused the death of the 129 men? A prevailing theory suggests that lead poisoning had something to do with it, since the canned food of the expedition was sealed with lead solder and the bones of the crew members show high levels of exposure to lead, which could have caused cognitive deterioration, and made the canned food of the expedition was sealed with lead solder and the bones of the crew members show high levels of exposure to lead, which could have caused cognitive deterioration that made their decisions to survive increasingly desperate. Others speculate that diseases such as tuberculosis or scurvy, combined with the brutal conditions of the Arctic, sealed their fate long before they had the opportunity to escape. There's also the disturbing possibility that something else went wrong, something beyond hunger, disease, and cold. The Inuit who encountered the last survivors described them as people who behaved strangely, almost as if they were losing their minds. Some spoke of having seen gaunt men, with sunken eyes, staggering through the ice, unable to communicate properly. Their accounts have given rise to theories about ergot poisoning from contaminated food, or even Arctic hysteria, a psychological disorder caused by extreme isolation and starvation. Another possibility, although less discussed, is the presence of rogue waves. Although they are not common in the icy waters of the Arctic, it is known that in extreme conditions rogue waves capable of swallowing ships instantly are formed. Could such a wave have damaged the ships and trapped them in the ice? It is an unlikely theory, but the Arctic remains an unpredictable place, even now that the ships have been found. The Erebus and the Terror remain ghostly relics of an expedition doomed to failure. Their silent remains rest in the depths of the Arctic, while divers continue to explore their interior in search of more clues hidden in the frozen past. But the true story of what happened to Franklin, his suffering, and his last moments may never be fully known. The fate of the HMS Erebus and the HMS Terror is a somber reminder of how relentless the sea can be. The ice, hunger, and exposure sealed the fate of those on board, leaving their ships immobilized under the Arctic for more than a century. But not all mysteries end with remains trapped under the waves. Sometimes a ship is found adrift, empty, with its crew missing without a trace, without remains, without distress calls, just an unsettling silence where there should be life. In few cases is this mystery better embodied than in the MVJ, a ship discovered abandoned in the vast Pacific, whose fate was sealed not by ice and cold, but by something much stranger. The MV Gita was a merchant vessel originally built as a luxury yacht in 1931, before being converted for war service during World War II. It survived the fighting in the Pacific and was subsequently converted into a cargo and passenger ship. In 1955, it operated in the South Pacific, making regular trips between Samoa and the Tokelau Islands. It was very worn, but it was still considered seaworthy despite its history of mechanical problems and wear and tear. On November 10, 1955, the J set sail from Apia, Samoa, bound for the Tokelau Islands, about 270 miles away. On board were 16 crew members and 9 passengers, including a doctor traveling to perform a medical intervention. The trip was supposed to last 2 days, but the J never arrived. A large-scale search was launched with planes and ships scouring the Pacific for any sign of the vessel, but days turned into weeks and no remains were found. It was as if the ship had simply disappeared into the vast ocean. However, 5 weeks later, on November 10th, a merchant ship spotted something adrift near Fiji, more than 600 miles from where the J was last seen. The ship was found heavily listing to one side, partially submerged, but still afloat. The engine was dead, and the radio tuned to the international distress frequency, but no distress call had been received. Most disturbing of all was that the Jaya was completely abandoned. There was no trace of the 25 people who had been aboard. When the investigators boarded the ship, they found a disturbing scene. The cabins were messed up, with open medicine cabinets and bloody bandages scattered on the floor. The lifeboats were missing. They had disappeared. There was a large hole in the deck, but no major damage to suggest a catastrophic event, and, strangest of all, despite being abandoned for weeks, the ship's cargo, including barrels of petroleum and medical supplies, remained intact. What happened to the people aboard? Theories have circulated for decades, but no single explanation fits all the evidence. Some believe that the Ja took on water due to a mechanical failure and that the crew panicked and abandoned ship prematurely in lifeboats, only to get lost at sea. But this theory has gaps. The ship was still floating when found, which means that it sank quickly and, even with a damaged engine, it was a ship designed to be almost unsinkable thanks to its cork-lined hull. Other speculations point to pirates who could have boarded the ship and forced the crew and passengers to abandon it. But, again, the ship's cargo was still intact, with valuable goods untouched, which seems unlikely if piracy was the motive. Then, there's the theory that something more sinister happened. Some believe that there may have been a violent fight on board, possibly a mutiny or an attack that led to the crew and passengers being thrown overboard. The presence of blood-stained bandages suggests that at least one person was injured before the ship was abandoned, but without corpses or survivors, there are only unanswered questions. One of the strangest details of the disappearance of the J is the radio, which had been tuned to the distress frequency, but no distress call was ever received, suggesting that someone tried to send a message, but for some reason it never arrived. Perhaps the radio failed. Perhaps something prevented them from sending a call before they were forced to abandon ship. Decades later, the J remains one of the most enduring ghost ship mysteries of the modern era. Unlike the Mary Celeste, which was found in disturbingly perfect condition, the J tells a story of something that went wrong, something violent, something that caused panic, but what exactly happened remains a mystery, and for the 25 people who disappeared without a trace, the truth may never be discovered. The MV Gita taught us one thing about the sea. A ship can become a ghost in the blink of an eye, but not all ghost ships are relics of a distant past, and not all disappear into the depths. Some simply appear out of nowhere, without warning or explanation. That is exactly what happened in 2006 off the coast of Sardinia, Italy, when an elegant yacht appeared adrift. It was the SV Bam, a ship that should not have been there, with no crew on board and no obvious signs of danger. But, unlike the abandoned and time-worn ships of maritime tradition, this ship seemed almost intact, as if its crew had simply gone below for a moment and never returned. The SV Bam was first sighted by the Italian Coast Guard floating aimlessly near Pavi P, a picturesque stretch of the Sardinian coast known for its turquoise waters and wealthy visitors. At first glance, the ship seemed to belong to one of the wealthy tourists who frequently travel the Mediterranean. It was a modern and luxurious schooner. equipped with expensive equipment and stocked with select food and personal items. There was half-finished food in the kitchen, clothes in the cabins, and even French maps and documents scattered on a table. But there was no trace of the crew, no distress signals, and no clear indications of what had happened. This mystery immediately captured the attention of the whole world. How was it possible that a ship so well cared for and clearly prepared for a comfortable trip was found completely deserted? The first theories were dramatic: a kidnapping, a ransom kidnapping, perhaps even something paranormal. The unease of an empty ship swaying gently in the crystal-clear waters of Sardinia provoked comparisons with some of the most famous ghost ships in history, such as the Mary Celeste. But in this case, the answers came more quickly than expected. The authorities quickly traced the yacht to its owner, a wealthy man from Luxembourg, according to official reports. The disappearance was not the result of a game or a tragedy, but simply that the owner abandoned the ship due to economic or personal problems. He had left the vessel adrift to avoid port fees or legal problems, something that, although infrequent, happens in the world of navigation. In that sense, the SV Bam was a ghost ship born not of disaster, but of abandonment. However, despite this relatively mundane explanation, the SV Bam retained a strange charm. Its discovery fueled a deep and ancient fear of the sea, that a ship is only alive while there are people on board, and that, once they leave, all that remains is an empty hull, a drifting reminder of how easy it is to lose life at sea. Despite knowing the truth, there is something undeniably disturbing about a yacht with dinner served on the table, moving gently with the tide and with no trace of its passengers. The Bellum was not old, cursed, or tragic, but it became a modern ghost story, a reminder that the sea does not always need storms or disasters to swallow its travelers. Sometimes, a quiet decision to leave is enough, and a ship becomes a mystery. And although this story had a solution, many other much older and more historic ships are still out there, drifting through history without answers. One of those ships began its life not as a ghost, but as a proud exploration vessel, part of a desperate search for answers in one of the most hostile environments on Earth. This is the story of the HMS Resolute, a ship lost in the ice that returned from the dead and became a symbol of mystery, survival, and strange maritime destiny. The HMS Resolute was a ship of the British Royal Navy launched in 1850 and built expressly for a somber and dangerous mission, to search for the missing Franklin expedition. When the Resolute joined the search, Sir John Franklin and his two ships, the HMS Erebus and the HMS Terror, had already disappeared into the void of the Arctic, swallowed by the relentless ice while searching for the elusive Northwest Passage. Great Britain, desperate to find answers and determined to recover its lost heroes, sent a series of search expeditions, including the Resolute, hoping to find some trace of Franklin's fate. Armed with reinforced hulls designed to withstand the brutal pressure of the Arctic ice, the HMS Resolute set sail for the frozen wilderness. But the Arctic was and remains a place where the sea is not just water, but an ever-changing labyrinth of ice floes and jagged ridges. In 1854, after years of fruitless searching and slowly losing the battle against the encroaching ice, the Resolute was abandoned by its crew, with no possibility of freeing itself. The HMS Resolute, like so many other Arctic ships, was destined to become part of the frozen cemetery, crushed and buried under centuries of snow and silence. But this is where the story of the Resolute took a turn towards legend. 2 years after its abandonment, in 1855, an American whaling ship sighted something impossible floating in the icy waters of Baffin Island. It was the HMS Resolute battered by the elements. Resolute became a legend. 2 years after its abandonment, in 1855, an American whaler sighted something impossible floating in the frigid waters of Baffin Island. It was the HMS Resolute, battered by the elements, but surprisingly intact, which had somehow freed itself from the ice and had sailed thousands of kilometers south without a crew. It was as if the ship had a will of its own, refusing to be claimed by the Arctic and sailing back into human hands. The discovery of the Resolute unleashed both celebration and confusion. The maritime experts were astonished. How could the ship, trapped in indestructible Arctic ice, not only survive, but navigate such a great distance on its own? Some called it a miracle, others a strange twist of fate. In any case, the abandoned ship was rescued by the Americans and returned to the British as a gesture of goodwill, a symbol of cooperation between the two nations in an era when relations were often tense. The Royal Navy welcomed the Resolute and, for a time, returned it to service. A ship that, literally, had returned from the dead. But not even that was the end of its history. When the Resolute was finally scrapped, its wood was recovered and used to build something emblematic. What would become the Resolute Desk, a gift to the President from Queen Victoria of the United States. To this day, that desk is located in the Oval Office, a direct link between the modern world and a ghost ship of the 19th century that refused to die. Of course, the practical explanation of the voyage of the Resolute is that the changing conditions of the ice and the currents simply led it to the open sea. But sailors, especially those who have spent time in the unpredictable Arctic, know that everything cannot be reduced to simple mechanisms. They know that ships can come to life on their own, that abandoned hulls develop personalities, that they crack, move without reason or warning, guided by forces that do not appear on any nautical chart. For sailors, the Resolute was proof that no ship is really dead until the sea swallows it completely, and even then some ships refuse to sink. They drift, wander, and haunt the limits of known waters, waiting to be found again, or perhaps hoping to remain lost. This is the disturbing heart of the story of the Resolute, a ship whose ghost was too stubborn to stay dead. Of course, there were those who believed that there was something more supernatural at play, since, after all, ghost ships are a maritime tradition as old as navigation itself. Some suggested that the spirits of Franklin's lost men had taken the ship under their ghostly command, guiding it through the ice in a final act of defiance against the Arctic that had taken them. It was romantic, disturbing, and almost appropriate, given the purpose of the ship, but perhaps the most mysterious part of the story of the Resolute is what it represents: a ship with some kind of unfinished business. It was built to find answers, locate Franklin, and solve one of the greatest mysteries in the history of British exploration. Instead, it became part of that same mystery, another story of losses and findings in the endless record of the Arctic of missing ships and missing men. Even now, the legacy of the Resolute resides not only in the famous desk, but in every story of ghost ships found adrift without explanation, in every strange account of vessels that appear where they should not. Its history is a reminder that, despite all our maps and instruments, the sea still has the power to make even the most rational sailor believe in ghosts. From the icy embrace of the Arctic to the relentless seas of South Africa, they seem to have a unique way of swallowing entire ships, and, sometimes, refusing to return them. Some ships, like the HMS Resolute, return in ways that no one can explain. Others, however, simply disappear, leaving only silence in their wake. Few maritime disappearances are as disturbing or lasting as the story of the SS Warata, a luxurious ocean liner that disappeared off the coast of South Africa in 1909, earning the somber nickname of the Titanic of the Southern Hemisphere. The Warata was a ship built for the flourishing era of ocean liners, an era when traveling by sea was not only a necessity, but a statement of intent. Built in 1908 by the Blue Anchor Line, it measured more than 465 feet in length and displaced over 9,300 tons. Its design was ambitious, halfway between a luxury passenger ship and a cargo ship. It offered first-class travelers ornate dining rooms, lounges decorated with polished wood, and cabins equipped with the latest comforts of the Edwardian era. But below deck, its cavernous holds were intended to transport goods essential to Australia's growing trade. Its maiden voyage from London to Sydney was uneventful, and the Warata seemed to live up to expectations, even in its early days. However, subtle rumors of unease spread like an invisible current, and some crew members and passengers murmured about a disturbing slowness when the ship swayed in rough seas, a sensation of imbalance that made its movements seem unnatural. Experienced sailors, accustomed to the rhythm of the ocean, took note of how it responded to waves, how it hesitated before returning to its place, as if it was reluctant to regain its balance. Others dismissed these concerns outright. After all, it was a new ship designed with the latest in naval engineering and built by one of the most reputable shipyards of the time. If there was any problem, the builders would have fixed it. Whatever the truth, those silent doubts would grow with each mile that passed, like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. In July 1909, the Warada was on its second trip to Australia and began its long return to England. On July 26th, it set sail from Durban, South Africa, bound for Cape Town. The stretch of ocean between these two ports is famous for its unpredictability, as it is where the warm waters of the Indian Ocean collide violently with the cold currents of the Atlantic, creating treacherous conditions that can turn a calm journey into chaos in a matter of seconds. It is not uncommon to find giant waves, changing winds, and sudden storms in these waters. But despite all the danger lurking beneath the surface, the Warada seemed to sail smoothly, with its engines carrying it to an ever greater distance. The following morning, a passing cargo ship, the Clan McIntyre, spotted the Warada on the horizon. The two vessels exchanged signals, exchanged routine greetings, and confirmed their respective courses to those on board the Clan McIntyre. The Warada seemed stable, advancing at a good pace towards Cape Town without giving signs of danger, without indications of the disaster that was about to occur. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it disappeared. When the Warada did not arrive in Cape Town at the scheduled time, concerns spread rapidly. It was not like her to be late. It was a modern ship, equipped with the latest technology and commanded by an experienced crew. However, as the hours turned into days and then into weeks, it became clear that something had gone terribly wrong. Search operations were launched with all available means, combing hundreds of kilometers of open ocean and rugged coastline. The ships scanned the horizon hoping to spot drifting lifeboats or wreckage, anything that could explain what had happened, but the sea remained silent. The Warada had completely disappeared. No distress signal had been sent, nor were remains floating on the surface. No survivors were found. The lack of evidence only fueled speculation. Newspapers around the world published conflicting theories, each trying to make sense of the disappearance. Had it crashed into a hidden reef? Had it been involved in a violent storm and had been overcome by the waves before anyone had time to react? Or had it suffered a fatal design flaw that sealed its fate upon encountering the raging sea? The most persistent theory focused on this. Controversial stability reports from its inaugural voyage had pointed to a worrying tendency in turbulent waters, indicating a design defect that could compromise its balance if the cargo shifted unexpectedly or if the ballast tanks were mismanaged. This could have caused it to tilt to the point of no return. Some experts speculated that the Warada could have capsized so quickly that the crew had no time to react, sinking in seconds. Others wondered if it had suffered a structural failure and split in two under the pressure of the unpredictable sea. And then there were the most disturbing rumors, which spoke of something beyond a simple disaster, something inexplicable. In the years following the Warada's disappearance, sailors began reporting strange sightings off the South African coast. They spoke of a ghost ship adrift in the fog that matched the Warada's description in disturbing detail. Some claimed to have seen its lifeboats floating empty and worn, rocking aimlessly among the waves decades after the disaster. Others spoke of ghostly lights that appeared and disappeared in the water, flickering like distant lanterns before fading into darkness. One of the most chilling accounts came from a ship's captain, who swore he had seen the Warada sailing silently in the distance, its lights shining dimly against the night sky. He turned his vessel towards it, intending to investigate the impossible vision, but in the blink of an eye it disappeared, swallowed by the fog as if it had never been there. The mystery of the Warada has endured for over a century, with search expeditions continuing to this day. In the 1980s, treasure hunter Emlyn Brown became obsessed with the case and dedicated over 2 decades to scouring the ocean floor with sonar and remotely operated vehicles. Again and again, promising clues emerged. Unusual formations, anomalies that pointed to a sunken shipwreck, but all turned out to be false hopes. Natural rock formations that mimicked holes of ancient shipwrecks that had nothing to do with the Warada, erroneous readings that led nowhere. Eventually, Brown suspended the search and admitted that he believed the ship would never be found. But if the Warada was never recovered, what happened to it? Did it succumb to the ruthless power of the ocean? Was it lost due to a giant wave or a sudden storm? Or did its design flaws doom it from the moment it set sail from port, sealing its fate long before reaching South Africa? Some believe that the answer is not in the remains of the shipwreck, but in the stories, those disturbing and persistent accounts of a ship that refuses to be forgotten, a vessel that continues to sail the lonely waters of the Atlantic, adrift beyond the reach of time, with its last moments trapped forever in the fog if its keel or bulkheads gave way under the pressure of the raging sea. The ship could have split and sunk before anyone on board could react. There is also the human factor. Although Captain Allure was an experienced commander, even veteran sailors make mistakes under pressure. Navigation errors along the South African coast could have led the Warada directly to disaster. If it had collided with a submerged object or run aground, it could have sunk so quickly that it would have left no trace. Some have suggested more extravagant explanations, such as a collision with an unknown ship or even a criminal act by a rival shipping line, but no evidence has ever been found to support these claims. All that remains are the facts. A modern ship, equipped with an experienced crew and all the technology of the time, disappeared without a trace on one of the busiest sea routes on Earth. Perhaps the most disturbing element of the Warada story is its silence. Most shipwrecks, even those that occur in deep water, end up leaving some trace. Floating debris, oil slicks, lifeboats. But the Warada left nothing. It was as if the ocean opened and swallowed it whole. To this day, it remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in maritime history. A warning about the implacable nature of the sea. Some believe that it rests somewhere off the wild coast, wrecked and hidden in underwater canyons too treacherous for modern search teams to fully explore. Others believe that it lies much further away, trapped in the powerful currents that sweep around the Cape of Good Hope, swept from its intended course before finally succumbing to the depths. What is certain is that the Warada has become more than just a lost ship. It is a ghost, a story that sailors tell each other when the fog gets thick and the horizon disappears. It is a reminder that, however advanced our ships may be, the ocean always has the last word. From the great modern ambitions of the SS Warada, we now go back even further in time to a story that seems straight out of a sailor's nightmare. The legend of Jenny, a ship not only lost in time, but seemingly frozen in it. The Jenny is a ghost ship story that, unlike the technological wonders of the 20th century, speaks to the raw, relentless power of nature in its most desolate form. Antarctica, vast, icy, and deadly, has always been a place where ships go to disappear, but Jenny did not simply disappear. It returned in a way that no one expected. The story of the Jenny begins in the early 1820s at the height of the whaling and sealing era. At that time, the Southern Ocean, the Antarctic waters, was a dangerous but lucrative frontier, and ships from Europe and North America faced harsh conditions in search of valuable whale oil and seal skins. Jenny, a small schooner from the Isle of Wight, was one of those ships. She sailed from port and sailed south to some of the most remote and relentless places on Earth. Then nothing. Jenny never returned home, never sent news, and like so many ships of her time, faded into oblivion, presumably wrecked in a storm or crushed by the relentless Antarctic ice. For years, her disappearance was just one of countless maritime losses, until, reportedly, something chilling happened in 1840. A whaling ship, the Hope, was sailing through the Drake Passage, the treacherous stretch of water between Cape Horn and Antarctica, when its crew spotted something strange floating among the icebergs. It was a schooner completely covered in ice, with the sails torn, but still hanging, covered in frost, and with the hull immobilized Cape Horn and Antarctica, when its crew spotted something strange drifting among the icebergs. It was a schooner completely covered in ice, with the sails torn but still hanging, covered in frost, and with the hull immobilized in a sepulchral silence. As the Hope approached, the crew saw something even more chilling. There were figures visible on board, frozen in place, like statues trapped in a moment from which they could never escape. According to the story, the crew of the Hope boarded the ice-trapped ship, where they discovered a scene of absolute horror. The crew of the Jenny was still on board, all the men frozen in the same place. Apparently, the captain was found sitting at his desk, with a pen still in his hand and the navigation log open in front of him. In that log, there was a last disturbing annotation. 5041-1823. Without food for 71 days. I am the only one left alive. The image drawn was that of a slow, agonizing starvation, with the ship trapped in the ice and the crew unable to escape. However, if the dates were correct, that entry had been written 17 years prior. The story of the Jenny has since passed into the realm of maritime legends, with its exact origins obscured by the passage of time, repetitions, and embellishments. There are no official records of the Jenny's departure from Isle of Wight, nor are there any confirmed sightings recorded in the records of the Hope. But the story fits a common pattern in countless legends of ghost ships. A ship that disappears in a remote and dangerous sea to reappear years later, eerily preserved and full of unanswered questions. Whether the Jenny existed exactly as described is a matter of debate, but the conditions surrounding its legend are chillingly real. The Southern Ocean, with its frigid temperatures, can preserve ships and bodies for decades. In fact, modern researchers have found wooden ships in Antarctic waters that are preserved in a surprising state, preserved by the cold, just as the Jenny would have been. It is also the terrifying reality of being trapped in the polar ice before the arrival of icebreakers and satellite navigation. Countless ships were surprised by the floating ice, which left them trapped when temperatures dropped. Crews were forced to abandon ship and try to escape overland or stay on board and slowly starve or freeze to death. The Franklin expedition in the Arctic and the Endurance expedition in Antarctica are documented examples of how quickly ice can claim a ship and all those on board. In this context, the fate of the Jenny is tragically plausible. But if the Jenny was real, why are there no official records? Some historians believe that the story may have originated in a real encounter with a frozen ship, which was then romanticized and turned into a legend by sailors eager to share a chilling story while drinking a cup of grog. It was not uncommon for sailors to exchange ghost stories, especially those who served in the most hostile environments on Earth, where the line between reality and fiction blurred with each passing storm. Some researchers have even suggested that the story of the Jenny was a cautionary tale, a warning to younger sailors about the dangers of venturing too far south without proper preparation. Despite the lack of official documentation, the story of Jenny endures, passed down through books on maritime mysteries, retold in articles and documentaries, and present in the collective imagination of those fascinated by ghost ships. It is a story that appeals to a primal fear, the idea that the sea can not only claim you, but also keep you frozen in time and leave you adrift endlessly. A warning to anyone who follows the Jenny, but also a reminder of how little we really know about the most remote waters of the world. Even today, exploration of Antarctica is difficult and dangerous, and many parts of the Southern Ocean remain largely unexplored. Could there be other Jennies out there, sealed in ice, waiting to be found? Perhaps more disturbing is the fact that, if such a discovery were made today, it would no longer seem impossible. Science has already shown us how polar cold can preserve ships for centuries and how even the smallest wooden vessel can survive against all odds if the conditions are right. Whether Jenny is a real ghost ship or a sailor's legend, her story has a weight that seems undeniably real. The sea is a cruel mistress, and in the vast and empty expanses of the Southern Ocean, survival often depends on luck. For every ship that returns, there are others that disappear never to be seen again. And for those who are unlucky enough to be found, like Jenny, the discovery raises more questions than answers, questions that may never be fully explained. From the frozen ghost of Jenny, trapped in time and adrift in the relentless Antarctic seas, we now focus on a ship whose story did not begin in icy isolation, but in the height of transatlantic ambition. A ship that symbolized progress, luxury, and the bold foray into a new era of maritime travel. This is the story of a ship in Antarctic seas. We now focus on a ship whose story did not begin in icy isolation, but in the height of transatlantic ambition, a vessel that symbolized progress, luxury, and the bold foray into a new era of maritime navigation. This is the story of the SS Arctic, a ship built to conquer the Atlantic, but remembered for a tragedy that shocked the world and left behind one of the most disturbing maritime mysteries of the 19th century. Launched in 1850, the SS Arctic was a proud achievement for the Collins Line, an American shipping company determined to rival the dominance of the British Cunard Line. At that time, steamships were revolutionizing ocean travel, and the race to establish the fastest and most luxurious service between the United States and Europe was fierce. The Arctic was designed to be the jewel in that race, a huge sidewheel steamship nearly 300 feet long, capable of carrying both wealthy passengers and valuable cargo across the Atlantic at unprecedented speed. It was elegant, modern, and a source of immense national pride for the United States, as it represented that the Arctic was built with both comfort and speed in mind. Its interiors were equipped with elegant wood paneling, spacious cabins, and dining rooms designed to rival the best hotels on land. Wealthy travelers rushed to book passage, eager to experience the cutting-edge technology and luxury promised by this new generation of steamships. But behind the glamour, there were risks. The steamships of the time were still relatively new, and their machinery was prone to failure. In the unpredictable North Atlantic, even the most modern ships were at the mercy of storms, collisions, and ice. On 9/27 of 1854, the Arctic sailed from Liverpool bound for New York with over 400 people on board, including many wealthy American families, in addition to cargo. The weather was good and the crossing uneventful until, off the coast of Newfoundland, the Arctic collided with the Vesta, a much smaller French ship. The collision opened a hole in the Arctic's hull below the waterline, and, within minutes, it became clear that the ship was sinking. The tragedy that followed was not only the sinking itself, but what happened next. In an era where there were no radio or reliable rescue systems, survival often depended on the actions of the crew and the luck of the passengers. On the Arctic, panic took hold almost immediately. The crew, many of whom had never received adequate training to deal with a catastrophe, prioritized saving themselves. The lifeboats, which were very few, were launched half empty or were occupied by the crew instead of the passengers. Women and children, who were traditionally the first to be rescued, were mostly abandoned as the Arctic slowly sank beneath the waves. Only 85 people survived, almost all of them crew members, and almost all the women and children on board, including the wife and children of the ship's captain, James Luce, perished. The event shocked the world not only because of the magnitude of the loss, but because of the brutal collapse of order and morality during the evacuation. In newspapers on both sides of the Atlantic, the Arctic disaster became a symbol of greed, cowardice, and the dangers of putting luxury and speed before safety. But the story of the Arctic did not end when it disappeared beneath the surface. Over the years, rumors began to spread that the Arctic had not been entirely swallowed by the sea. Fishermen claimed to have seen ghostly lights off the coast of Newfoundlandia, flickering beneath the waves. There were even reports of a ghost ship, a steamer with broken paddle wheels, that appeared briefly on foggy nights and disappeared before dawn. Whether they were sightings of the Arctic or simple products of the imagination fueled by tragedy, they added a spectral element to an already disturbing story. Despite numerous attempts, the remains of the Arctic have never been officially located. The exact location of the collision is unknown, but it is likely that the Arctic deviated before sinking, dragged by currents into deeper, less accessible waters. Modern search efforts have been limited, overshadowed by searches for more famous shipwrecks, but it remains a mystery. Without a confirmed sinking site, much of its last moments are unknown, how quickly it sank, and the state of its remains. The tragedy of the Arctic also left a cultural legacy that shaped maritime law and the public perception of ocean travel. The outrage over the abandonment of women and children led to greater scrutiny of passenger safety and the development of stricter standards for lifeboats. Although other tragedies, such as that of the Titanic, will be needed to consolidate these standards in international law. The disaster also cast a long shadow over the Collins Line, which never fully recovered from public outrage, eventually losing the race to the Cunard Line and disappearing from history. The story of the Arctic is more than the account of a shipwreck, a window into an era in which ocean travel teetered on the razor's edge between technology and terror, when luxury was built on top and the risk of disaster was omnipresent. The Arctic embodied the bold ambition of its era, but its fate exposed the darker truths hidden behind that ambition. Greed, lack of preparation, the fragile human order that crumbles in the face of survival. And somewhere beneath the cold North Atlantic, she continues to rest silently, invisible, clinging to the secrets of her last hours. From luxury to tragedy, from innovation to INF, the story of the Arctic is a chilling reminder that, however advanced our technology may be, the sea will always have the last word, and perhaps, even today, as the tides change over her nameless grave, her story is not quite over. Whether she is found someday or will remain forever as a ghost of the Atlantic, only time will tell. From the lost luxury of the SS Arctic, swallowed by the relentless Atlantic, we now move to the frozen heart of the Great Lakes, to a shipwreck much closer to shore, but in many ways just as disturbing and mysterious. This is the story of the SS Cam Lopez, a freighter that disappeared in Lake Superior in 1927, leaving behind a haunting legend that persists to this day, a legend centered not only on the shipwreck itself, but on a single body preserved inside, a figure that divers have dubbed Old Whitey, a ghostly guardian trapped beneath the waves. The SS Cam Lopez was a Canadian steamship built in 1924, part of a fleet designed to transport goods across the Great Lakes. At 76 meters long, the Cam Lopez was not the largest ship sailing those waters, but it was modern, with a steel-clad hull and equipped to withstand the unpredictable storms that often lashed Lake Superior, known for its violent weather and treacherous waters. The lake had already claimed dozens of boats when the Cam Loops began service, but its crew was confident in the freighter's robustness, and no one expected the ship to become one of Lake Superior's most famous maritime mysteries. Lake Superior's most famous maritime mysteries. On 1/26 of 1927, the Cam Loops sailed from Fort William, Ontario, bound for Isle Royale, loaded with machinery, pipes, and food supplies. The trip should have been routine, but a severe winter storm struck the lake, battering the ship with icy winds and waves that rose above the decks. Other ships caught in the same storm managed to reach port, but the Cam Loops disappeared. No distress signal was ever received, no debris floated to the surface, and no trace of the crew was found. The only evidence of its fate came months later, when life jackets and provisions washed up on the rocky shores of Isle Royale, but the ship had been missing for more than 50 years. The Cam Loops remained missing for decades after its disappearance. The ship's story became a local legend that sailors and fishermen told in hushed tones. Some believed that the Cam Loops had been swallowed by a sudden storm that had sunk it so deep in the lake that not even the most experienced divers. Others spoke of ghostly lights seen offshore, glowing shapes flickering beneath the surface, as if the ship was still down there, trying to find its way home. But without any wreckage, the Cam Loops was more of a ghost story than a reality. That changed in 1977, when a team of recreational divers exploring the waters near Isle Royale came across a shipwreck in very good condition. The name on the side confirmed it. They had found the Cam Loops resting more than 260 feet below the surface. The ship lay upright on the lake bed, with the hull still virtually intact and the cargo scattered, but recognizable after half a century underwater. The cameras had barely deteriorated. The frigid temperatures of Lake Superior, the frigid temperatures and lack of oxygen in the depths of Lake Superior had preserved the ship like a time capsule. But the most chilling discovery occurred inside the wreck, in the engine room, where divers found a corpse so well preserved that it seemed almost real. The cold water had slowed decomposition to a near standstill, turning the body's skin a pale, waxy white color. The figure floated near the floor, held in place by remnants of clothing or equipment that moved gently with the current. The divers gave him a name, Old Whitey, referring to the pale color of his skin, a visual reminder of the preservative power of Lake Superior. Old Whitey became a legend in his own right, a symbol of the tragedy of the Loop and of Lake Superior's haunting ability to retain its dead. Unlike most bodies lost at sea, which decompose and resurface or disappear, Old Whitey had been trapped in time, preserved almost perfectly for 50 years. Divers who returned to the wreck described an unsettling feeling as they approached the engine room, knowing that the ship was not completely empty, that someone had never abandoned it over the years. Some divers reported feeling watched as they explored the wreckage, as if Old Whitey's presence still lingered there. Beyond his physical remains, his body floated in the water like a ghost trapped between two worlds, a physical reminder of the men who died aboard the Loop, still trapped in a ship that became their tomb. Others speculated about who Old Whitey had been, a sailor, an engineer, perhaps even the captain himself. Without records to confirm his identity, his true story remains a mystery. The discovery of Old Whitey rekindled interest in the Loops and its fate. What exactly caused its sinking? Investigations pointed to the brutal winter storm that struck the lake the night it disappeared. The strong winds and icy splashes would have covered its decks and superstructure with ice, causing the ship to become unstable and heavy. Probably, the storm overwhelmed it and made it capsize or left it adrift in the raging sea. But the question of why no distress signal was ever sent and why no corpses ever appeared, except those found inside the ship, remains unanswered. Part of the mystery lies in the nature of Lake Superior itself, known as one of the world's most dangerous bodies of water. Its size, depth, and unpredictable climate create a perfect trap for ships that get caught in it. In many cases, ships that sink in Superior disappear completely, swallowed by the cold and darkness. Even searches with modern sonars have had difficulty locating the remains in the deepest sections of the lake, where the water is near freezing throughout the year. There are those who believe that the story of the Loop and Old Whitey are part of something larger. Some consider Lake Superior to be a cursed lake, a body of water that retains its dead with unnatural persistence. Stories of bodies preserved like Old Whitey's have circulated for years, and divers occasionally report sightings of other preserved corpses in older wrecks that float silently in the cold, crystalline waters. Whether the lake is cursed or simply a unique natural phenomenon, its reputation for swallowing ships and preserving their crews has only grown over time. Today, the Loop is a popular but disturbing diving spot, accessible only to experienced technical divers due to its depth and icy waters. Divers who visit the wreck often pay homage to Old Whitey, whose body continues to drift inside the ship almost a century after the Loop's disappearance. His story and that of the ship itself serve as a chilling reminder that the Great Lakes are not just bodies of water, but cemeteries, and that their depths are full of secrets that may never surface. From the disturbing silence of Old Whitey adrift inside the SS Loop, we delve into much more open waters, where a tragedy of a completely different type unfolded, one that left no ghostly guardian to tell the story, only fragments of remains scattered across the seabed. This is the story of the MV Derbyshire, the largest British ship ever lost at sea, and a case that led maritime researchers to reconsider everything they thought they knew about how even the most powerful ships could fall victim to the raw and unpredictable power of the ocean. The MV Derbyshire was a huge cargo ship launched in 1976 and built to transport iron, ore, and oil across the world's oceans. At over 965 feet long, it was larger than the Titanic, a true giant of commercial maritime transport. Owned by Bibby Line, the Derbyshire represented the latest in modern maritime engineering, a combination of strength, capacity, and cutting-edge design built to withstand even the harshest conditions of the open sea. Its job was simple: to transport huge loads of goods around the world safely and efficiently. In July 1980, the Derbyshire set sail from Canada, loaded with more than 157,000 tons of iron, ore bound for Japan. It was a routine trip, of the kind that large cargo ships routinely made without incident. Its experienced crew of 42 was accompanied by 2 wives who had joined their husbands for the trip, something unusual, but not unheard of. For weeks, the Derbyshire sailed without problems until on September 9, 1980, near the coast of Okinawa, in the Pacific, it was caught in Typhoon Orchid, a violent storm that raised waves of more than 21 meters high, with winds exceeding 135 kilometers per hour. For a ship the size of the Derbyshire, storms like that were a challenge, but not necessarily fatal. Bulk carriers were designed to weather rough seas, as their enormous weight provided them with stability even in heavy seas. But at some point during the storm, the Derbyshire disappeared without a trace. There was no distress call, no signs of trouble, just silence. When the Derbyshire did not arrive in Japan, search teams combed the area. All they found was a small oil slick on some floating debris, pieces of lifeboats, and cargo hatches. There were no survivors. The disappearance of such a large vessel without warning and without a clear explanation shocked the maritime world. How could a ship of that size simply disappear? What could destroy such a large ship so quickly that its crew did not even send a distress signal for years? The loss of the Derbyshire was considered one of the great maritime mysteries, fueling speculation and countless theories. Some believed that it had suffered a catastrophic structural failure, perhaps as a result of a design defect in the hatch covers or the immense stresses caused by its fully loaded hull in rough seas. Others wondered if an unknown giant wave, one of the legendary giant waves that sailors have reported for centuries, could have hit its side, overwhelming the deck and flooding its holds in a matter of minutes. The giant wave theory, which was once dismissed as a maritime legend, has gained serious scientific support in the 1980s. Giant waves were officially documented by satellite images and scientific instruments, proving that these enormous solitary walls of water exist. These waves, which rise to more than 30 meters high, appear out of nowhere, are unpredictable, violent, and capable of tearing apart even the largest and most advanced ships. Unlike regular ocean swells, giant waves form from a perfect storm of converging currents, unpredictable wind patterns, and sudden changes in atmosphere pressure. They rise in an instant, forming a wall of water with devastating force before disappearing just as quickly. For an unsuspecting ship, encountering one of these waves often means the difference between survival and catastrophe. For the MV Derbyshire, a fully loaded bulk carrier, the danger was even greater. Its deck sailed very close to the water, loaded with the weight of the cargo, and its long hull made it especially vulnerable to structural stress. If a giant wave had hit its bow at the right angle, it could have started a chain reaction that would have overwhelmed its defenses, breaking it and sinking it below the surface in a matter of minutes. And that is exactly what the researchers came to believe could have happened. For years, the wreck of the Derbyshire was shrouded in mystery. The ship simply disappeared in September 1980 while sailing through the Pacific near Okinawa, caught in the fury of Typhoon Orchid. There were no distress calls, no survivors, just a ship that disappeared without a trace, leaving behind grieving families and unanswered questions. It was not until almost 2 decades later, after a tireless campaign by the families of the lost crew, that a large-scale underwater investigation was finally launched using deep-sea sonars and remotely operated vehicles. Search teams combed the ocean floor and eventually located the remains more than 2 miles below the surface. The remains were not intact, but scattered across a huge debris field. twisted metal and fragments of the shattered hull scattered like a macabre puzzle. The forces that had destroyed the Derbyshire were almost unimaginable. As the researchers reconstructed the remains, they discovered a serious deficiency in the hatches. The protective barriers that sealed the cargo holds had failed catastrophically. The tests suggested that the waves had broken the first series of hatches, allowing water to enter in torrents. As the weight imbalance increased, a domino effect occurred. Each hold flooded successively, dragging the entire ship down before the crew could react. The speed of its sinking was astonishing. When the last hold broke, the Derbyshire probably had less than 2 minutes before being swallowed by the ocean. As to what had caused that first breach, the analyses pointed to a terrifying possibility: a rogue wave. Modern studies of wave patterns near Okinawa, the night the Derbyshire disappeared, revealed that conditions were ideal for the formation of rogue waves, massive and unpredictable surges that rose far higher than the surrounding storm waves. If one of these waves had hit the Derbyshire, it could have crushed its bow, collapsing the hatches and flooding the ship almost instantaneously, with no possibility of sending a distress call and no time for the crew to react. It would simply have disappeared beneath the waves. The tragic fate of the Derbyshire led to major changes in maritime safety. Its loss highlighted serious vulnerabilities in the design of bulk carriers, leading to stricter construction standards. The new regulations required stronger hatch covers, reinforced bulkheads, and advanced monitoring systems to detect potential failures before they became catastrophes. In this way, the lessons learned from the Derbyshire disaster shaped the future of maritime transport, making the seas safer for those who sail them. However, despite these improvements, the rogue wave theory remains a chilling reminder of the raw, uncontrollable power of the ocean. Even with modern technology and reinforced shipbuilding methods, no ship is truly immune. For centuries, sailors had whispered about monstrous waves that rose without warning and destroyed ships instantly. Many dismissed these accounts as exaggerations, nothing more than folklore, but the fate of the Derbyshire and the growing evidence that rogue waves are real have shown that those old stories may have held more truth than myth. Today, the remains of the Derbyshire lie silently in the abyss, a graveyard in the Pacific depths. They are a testament to the forces of nature and the thin line that separates survival from disaster at sea. Its name has become more than just a memory. It is a symbol of tragedy and progress, a reminder that, even in the face of unimaginable loss, knowledge can still be gained. But the story of the Derbyshire is not the only one of its kind. There are other ships, other disappearances, other tragedies at sea that remain unexplained, and some of them go back much further in time, to an era when steamships were a novelty. The Atlantic was a highway of commerce and ambition, and the dangers of the open ocean were still being discovered. One of those mysteries is that of the SS President. Launched in 1840, it was a marvel of its time, a triumph of engineering that symbolized the promise of a new era in transatlantic travel. At 245 feet long, it was one of the largest steamships of its time, designed to carry passengers and goods across the Atlantic with speed and reliability. Built in London and operated by the British and American Steam Navigation Company, the President was intended to redefine maritime transport. Its maiden voyage was a success, cementing its reputation as a grand and capable ship, but beneath the glamour and prestige were worrying signs. The President was larger and heavier than many of its counterparts, an experimental design that pushed the limits of steam propulsion engineering. The engineers of the time were still learning to balance steam propulsion with traditional sails, and those who sailed on her soon noticed disturbing problems. Passengers reported that, in rough seas, the ship felt slow, struggling against the waves in a way that other vessels did not. Some claimed that it sailed lower than expected, a potentially dangerous defect. At first, these concerns were dismissed, since, after all, it was the pride of its fleet, a technological marvel built by the best minds of the time. But with each trip, the doubts grew. Then came the fateful trip of March 1841. The President sailed from New York on March 11th, 1841, bound for Liverpool. On board were more than 130 passengers and crew, including prominent figures of the time. The weather was adverse from the beginning, with strong winds and freezing temperatures battering the ship as it ventured into the Atlantic, but in those days storms were a common hazard in sea travel. Days passed, then weeks, and the president never arrived in Liverpool. No distress signals were received. No survivors were found. It simply disappeared. Searches were organized, but the remains of the shipwreck were never recovered. Theories multiplied. Had it been caught by a sudden storm? Had its structural defects led to a catastrophic failure? Had it collided with an iceberg, as the Titanic would decades later? Without evidence, without remains, and without survivors to tell the story, the fate of the SS President remains one of the greatest maritime mysteries of the 19th century. A ship that symbolized progress and innovation, lost without a trace, leaving only speculation and the disturbing silence of the Atlantic depths. It sank into the water, and some speculated that its design made it vulnerable to flooding and bad weather. On January 31st, 1841, the president sailed from New York on what would be its final voyage. It carried 136 passengers and crew, in addition to valuable cargo and mail. Bound for Great Britain, the weather was far from ideal. The ship ventured directly into a late winter storm, a brutal North Atlantic gale that battered the East Coast. The storm lasted several days, but in an era when reliable radio communications did not yet exist, very little was known about it. When it did not arrive in Liverpool at the scheduled time, concern began to spread. The weeks and months passed, and the search began, but no trace of the president was ever found. There were no lifeboats, no remains, no bodies on the coast. The ship had simply disappeared into the Atlantic, leaving only questions. In the years after its disappearance, it became one of the first great maritime mysteries of the age of steamships. There were many theories about what might have happened to the president. Some believed that it had been overwhelmed by the storm, since its low profile caused waves to flood its deck, its holds, and its engines until it simply sank below the surface. Others suggested a mechanical failure. The first steamships were complex, temperamental machines, and many things could fail, such as the boilers, propeller, or rudder. One theory even speculated that the ship collided with an iceberg, though no evidence was ever found to support it. As decades passed, the story of the president was gradually eclipsed by new maritime disasters. The Titanic, the Lusitanic, and many others, but the president occupies a unique place in history as one of the first great disappearances of a steamship, a reminder that, even with the wonders of technology, the sea has always had the last word. To this day, the remains of the SS President have never been located somewhere under the waves of the North Atlantic. Its iron hull probably rests slowly disintegrating in the depths, but without a confirmed position, its final resting place remains unknown, a ghost ship, not in the sense that it sails adrift in the fog, but as a legend lost in time, a ship that became a story the moment it disappeared. The fate of the president, the fate of the SS President, also served as a warning to the naval constructors and engineers who followed him. Its disappearance highlighted the risks of advancing too quickly at the limits of technology, and for years, the design of the ships leaned towards more conservative and battle-tested models, before the bold experiments returned to the fore. The story of the SS President reminds us that the sea has always had a special power over ships and the people who sail them. When a ship disappears without a trace, it leaves behind a disturbing silence, a void that begs to be filled with speculation and imagination. But some maritime mysteries go further. Some ships do not disappear, but return silent, empty, and frozen in time. This brings us to the Octavius, one of the most chilling ghost ship legends ever recorded. The story begins in 1761, when the Octavius, a three-masted merchant ship, sailed from England to the Far East. Its trip to China was a success, and the crew loaded their holds with a valuable cargo. But instead of following the usual route back to England, the captain of the Octavius made a fateful decision. He intended to try something that had never been done before, to cross the legendary Northwest Passage, a dangerous Arctic shortcut that connects the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. In the 18th century, The passage was considered almost mythical. Its waters were largely unexplored, and the brutal ice made it virtually impassable. But if the Octavius succeeded, it would shorten the return trip by weeks and rewrite maritime history. That was the last time it was heard from. For 13 years, the Octavius was presumed lost at sea. No remains, no distress signals, nothing, until 1775, when a whaler named Hurl was sailing off the coast of Greenland. The crew spotted a ship adrift in the icy waters. It was disturbingly still, with tattered sails and a hull covered in frost. As the Hurl approached, they realized that it was not just any abandoned ship. The name of the ship barely visible under layers of ice: Octavius. The whalers boarded the ghost ship hoping to find it abandoned, but they encountered a nightmare. The crew of the Octavius was still on board, but they were all dead, frozen in the captain's cabin. They found the captain himself sitting at his desk, with the navigation log in front of him and his hands still clutching a pen. His body was frozen in the same place, as if time had stopped in the middle of a sentence. Around him were his officers, equally preserved by the Arctic cold. It was a ghost ship in the most literal sense, a snapshot of death at sea. The navigation log told a chilling story. The Octavius had tried to cross the Northwest Passage, but at some point along the way the ice surrounded the ship. It was trapped, and, with no possibility of escape, the crew slowly froze to death while the ship drifted among the ice for more than a decade. The crew of the Herald was too terrified to tow the Octavius or rescue its cargo, so they took the navigation log and abandoned the frozen ship to the sea. According to the diary, the Octavius disappeared shortly after, sinking back into legend. To this day, no remains of the shipwreck have been found. Some dismiss the story as a sea legend, a cautionary tale invented to warn of the dangers of Arctic exploration. But others believe that it may have a background of truth, a reminder of how relentless the sea can be and how sometimes it keeps its secrets in the ice. From the strange fate of the Octavius, we move on to a very different type of maritime cemetery. Not a single ghost ship, but an entire fleet resting beneath the surface, a time capsule of war frozen in the depths of the Pacific. This is the story of Truck Lagoon, a place where dozens of ships, planes, and lives were swallowed by the sea in a single day, creating one of the most disturbing underwater cemeteries in the world. This is the story of Truck Lagoon, a place where history itself seems to rest restlessly on the seabed, and where one of the most disturbing underwater cemeteries in the world tells a story not of a single ship, but of an entire ghost fleet swallowed by the sea. Truck Lagoon, known today as Chuck Lagoon, is located in the remote part of the Central Pacific of the Federated States of Micronesia. On the surface, a tropical paradise, islands lined with palm trees, turquoise waters, and coral reefs teeming with life. But beneath those postcard waves hides a place unlike any other. Scattered across the sandy bottom of the lagoon are the remains of more than 60 ships and hundreds of aircraft, all sunk during one of the most devastating air raids of World War II. This sunken fleet, often called the Ghost Fleet of Truck Lagoon, is more than just a place of shipwrecks. It is an underwater time capsule frozen at the exact moment when destruction fell from above. The story begins in 1944 during a military operation known as Operation Hailstone. Truck Lagoon was an important Japanese naval base, a critical bastion that served as both a supply center and a base of operations throughout the Pacific. The natural geography of the lagoon made it ideal for defense, as its barrier reef acted as a natural fortress protecting the ships anchored within. But in early 1944, U.S. intelligence had identified Truck as a key target, and on February 17th they attacked for 2 days. U.S. planes bombed the lagoon relentlessly. Warships, transports, tankers, and submarines were shattered by bombs and torpedoes. The airplanes were strafed on the landing strips. The warehouses and supply depots were razed, and fires swept the islands when ammunition exploded. When the attack ended, Truck Lagoon was a mass grave for the Japanese fleet. The ships were still burning as they sank into the water, taking with them the sailors, the supplies, and the secrets. In the following years, Truck Lagoon disappeared from the headlines. The war ended, and the remains were left intact. But for divers, the place would become legendary, a unique place where history, tragedy, and mystery converge. When the first expeditions arrived at Truck Lagoon in the 1960s, they found something almost unbelievable. The ships, now covered in coral and marine life, were strangely intact. The cargo holds were still full of tanks, trucks, airplane parts, and even human remains. In some cases, divers found entire rooms intact, with medical supplies on shelves, uniforms hanging from hooks, and personal items abandoned in the rush to abandon ship. It was as if the moment of the sinking had been frozen in time, preserved under the calm and crystalline waters. Exploring the remains of Truck Lagoon is unlike diving in any ordinary shipwreck. These ships were not lost due to storms or accidents, but were violently shattered within hours. Some ships rest perfectly upright, as if still anchored and awaiting orders. Others lie at steep angles, with the bow protruding toward the surface and the stern buried in sand. Many were so loaded with ammunition and fuel that they exploded upon sinking, leaving irregular debris fields stretching across the seabed. The San Francisco Maru, one of the lagoon's most famous wrecks, still retains a cargo of tanks, shells, and bombs, all visible to divers brave enough to descend into its dark interior. But it is not only the wreck itself that makes Truck Lagoon so disturbing, but also the sensation of presence that many divers say they feel, as if they were being watched, even when there is no one else nearby. Some have described hearing faint metallic noises, as if something deep inside the wreck was moving or shifting. Others have surfaced with stories of sudden failures in their equipment or strange currents that seem to arise from nowhere. It is easy to dismiss these events as nerves or coincidences, but when enough divers report the same disturbing sensations, it begins to seem that there is something more. Adding to the mystique is the fact that many remains still contain human remains of Japanese families. Truck Lagoon is not just a diving spot, but a war cemetery, a place where thousands of sailors died and where they still remain. Divers have found skulls in the engine rooms, bones scattered throughout the holds, and even complete skeletons still sitting at their workstations, as if their owners had been frozen in the middle of their task. Even in its early days, there were rumors of unease among those who sailed aboard. Some of the most experienced sailors noticed something disturbing about its movement in rough seas. It had a peculiar, slow rocking, as if fighting the waves instead of moving through them. Others dismissed these concerns, attributing them to the usual issues of a newly launched ship. After all, the Warada was the work of one of the most reputable naval builders of the time. It was modern, robust, and equipped with the latest advances in marine engineering. There was no reason to worry, but doubts, once sown, tend to grow, and with each mile the Warada traveled, those tacit fears became more present in the minds of those who noticed them. In July 1909, the Warada was making its return trip to England from Australia, completing only its second voyage. On July 26th, it set sail from Durban, South Africa, bound for Cape Town. This was a crucial stage of the journey, taking it through treacherous waters where the Indian and Atlantic Oceans meet. This region is known for its unpredictable climate, strong currents, and giant waves that can appear without warning. However, at first, the trip seemed to be going smoothly. The next morning, a passing cargo ship, the Clan McIntyre, spotted the Warada cutting firmly through the waves. The two vessels exchanged the usual courtesy signals between crews at sea, and the crew of the Clan McIntyre reported nothing unusual. The Warada continued on its course, sailing confidently toward the horizon, but then it disappeared. When the Warada did not arrive in Cape Town, concern quickly turned to panic. The maritime authorities immediately launched search efforts and sent vessels to comb the vast ocean between Durban and Cape Town. Hundreds of kilometers of coastline were inspected, every inch of open sea scrutinized for any sign of life. The ships scanned the horizon for lifeboats, debris, or anything that could give clues about the fate of the missing ship, but despite the magnitude of the operation, nothing was found. The Warada seemed to have vanished without a trace, No distress signal was sent, no debris appeared on the coast, no survivors were discovered clinging to wreckage. In the following weeks and months, speculation soared. The newspapers of the time offered contradictory theories, each trying to explain what could have happened to the Warada. Some believed that it had collided with a hidden reef and sunk before the crew had time to react. Others suspected that it had been caught in a sudden, violent storm that had capsized it in the blink of an eye. And then there was the question of its design. Had the ship's own structure been its undoing? The unbalanced construction of the Warada had long been a topic of debate among those who had sailed on it. If its stability had been compromised, a single giant wave or a violent shift in cargo could have been enough to send it spiraling into the depths. The possibility of giant waves, a phenomenon previously considered little more than a sailor's legend, has gained strength as a plausible explanation. These enormous, unpredictable walls of water, sometimes reaching more than 24 meters in height, are now known to form precisely in the turbulent waters the Warada was sailing through. If such a wave had hit its side, and its balance was already unstable, it could have been overwhelmed instantly. There would have been no time for the crew to react, no opportunity to send a distress call. The Warada could have been swallowed by the sea in seconds, disappearing below the surface before anyone realized what was happening. However, as often happens with maritime tragedies, not everyone believed that the Warada had truly been lost. In the years after its disappearance, disturbing rumors began to emerge. It was whispered that it had not sunk, but remained adrift. Some sailors swore they had seen her, a ship without markings gliding silently through the fog, far from the South African coast. Others spoke of lifeboats that appeared out of nowhere, empty and adrift, with wood splintered and worn by years at sea. And then there were fishermen who claimed to see strange lights flickering in the water that appeared and disappeared without warning. A captain even testified that he had encountered a ghost ship matching the Warada's description, only to see it disappear into the fog in disbelief, as if it had never been there. As decades passed, the search for the Warada did not end. In the 1980s, treasure hunter Emlyn Brown became obsessed with a lost ship and dedicated over 2 decades of his life to scouring the ocean floor with sonar technology and remotely operated vehicles. Again and again, promising clues emerged. Anomalies on the ocean floor that looked like holes, sonar images that hinted at the outline of a long-lost ship, but each time hopes were dashed. What appeared to be wreckage turned out to be natural rock formations. Other findings were related to unrelated shipwrecks. So, after more than 20 years of searching, Brown finally admitted defeat and declared that he believed the Warada would never be found. But if the Warada has never been recovered, what really happened to it? A prevailing theory focuses on its controversial design. From the beginning, reports emerged about its tendency to list dangerously in rough waters, an ominous sign of instability. If its cargo shifted during bad weather, or if its ballast tanks were not managed correctly, it could have suddenly capsized without time for its crew to send a distress signal. Another possibility is structural failure. The Warada was a relatively new design, an ambitious attempt to combine the luxury of passenger cabins with the robust durability of a cargo ship. Its hull may have suffered unforeseen stress fractures that weakened over time until a final storm pushed it beyond the breaking point. However, despite all these theories, the truth remains unknown, and its final resting place, undiscovered, lies somewhere beneath the waves off the South African coast. It may remain intact and forgotten, or perhaps, as some legends suggest, continue to wander the seas, lost in time, a ghost ship that will never find its way home. Maintenance records showed that it had persistent problems with leaks in the propeller shaft and an unreliable emergency ventilation system. Critics argued that failing the overhaul left it vulnerable to catastrophic failure. Some believe that the Scorpion suffered a mechanical failure that possibly affected its reaction system or propulsion, leading to flooding and an uncontrollable descent to overwhelming depths. This theory, although less dramatic than a Cold War conspiracy, is considered by many experts to be the most plausible. However, The remains of the Scorpion raised disturbing questions when images of the wreck were analyzed. Some experts pointed out that the damage did not fully match the Navy's official theory of torpedo malfunction. The position of the wreckage, the deformation of the hull, and the way certain sections had broken suggested a more complex sequence of events. Perhaps a catastrophic failure followed by an uncontrolled immersion that exceeded the submarine's crush depth. Others saw indications that could be compatible with an external explosion, an unlikely but not impossible scenario if the Scorpion had encountered an enemy vessel or an undetected underwater mine. To add to the mystery, the crew of the Scorpion had expressed concern about the vessel before setting sail. Some said that the sailors had privately admitted they were uneasy about its condition, worried that its age and maintenance problems made it a dangerous ship to sail. One of the crew members supposedly left a letter to his family expressing his fear that the Scorpion would not return home. To this day, the fate of the Scorpion remains a disturbing mystery. The official explanation, a tragic mechanical failure, has never fully satisfied everyone. The context of the Cold War, the final patrol, and the disturbing state of the wreckage leave room for doubt, speculation, and suspicion. Conspiracy theorists continue to believe that the Scorpion was a victim of Cold War hostilities, sunk in a shadow war beneath the waves that neither side wanted to acknowledge. Others see it as a tragic victim of human error, a case study on the dangers of pushing obsolete technology too far. But one thing is certain. The story of the Scorpion is a chilling reminder of how little we know about what happened beneath the ocean. Whether it was a victim of its own weapons, enemy action, or the relentless nature of the deep sea, its shattered remains rest silently, a monument to the 99 sailors who disappeared into the abyss and a mystery that may never be fully solved. From the chilling fate of the USS Scorpion, a modern tragedy steeped in Cold War tension and mysterious failures, we go back in time to a different kind of disappearance, a story from an era when communication was scarce, the Atlantic was vast and relentless, and in which a ship could simply disappear into the fog, leaving only speculation in its wake. This is the story of the SS Uranic, a vessel that set sail with promise and potential, but instead sailed straight into the pages of maritime mystery. The SS Uranic was a British steamship built in 1892 by the renowned naval builders Harland and Wolff, the same company that would later build the Titanic. It measured 470 feet in length and was built to carry cargo and passengers across the Atlantic. The Uranic was considered one of the most modern and well-equipped ships of its time. It was built with the confidence that characterized the late 19th century: armor, steam propulsion, and the promise of a safer and faster journey across the Atlantic. On the 21st of 1893, the Uranic set sail from Liverpool bound for New York. On board were 74 crew members and a hold full of valuable cargo, including livestock. It was supposed to be a routine crossing, as the ship was more than capable of withstanding weather conditions. The weather was good, and there was nothing to suggest that the ship or its crew were in danger, but the Uranic would never reach New York. It disappeared without a trace somewhere in the icy expanse of the North Atlantic. When the ship did not arrive at its destination at the expected time, the first reactions were calm, as delays at sea were not unusual in the 1890s. Storms, mechanical problems, even unexpected stops to help other ships. Everything was possible, but the days turned into weeks, and the absence of the Uranic became impossible to ignore. Search efforts were soon initiated, but the North Atlantic was vast, and the window to locate a ship adrift in danger was closing rapidly. The first clue came not from the ship itself, but from the sea. In March 1893, a lifeboat marked with the name of the Uranic was discovered floating off the coast of Newfoundland. It was empty, though intact, despite the blows. It was a silent witness to the disaster that had broken out soon after. A second lifeboat was also found empty and marked with the ship's name. It was clear that the crew had abandoned the ship, but the reason and the final destination of its crew remained a mystery. Then, in the weeks following the disappearance of the Uranic, messages arrived, bottles that reached the coast with handwritten notes. One of them, supposedly signed by a crew member named John Olin, claimed the ship had collided with an iceberg and was sinking rapidly. Another unsigned note described how the ship struggled in the middle of a storm. Although intriguing, these notes were never verified, and many suspected that they were a hoax, part of the fascination that accompanied maritime disasters in the Victorian era, making the theory that the Uranic collided with an iceberg one of the most plausible explanations. In February, in the North Atlantic, the ship sailed through waters full of icebergs. Even a glancing collision could mean disaster. The Uranic, though modern for its time, lacked the iceberg detection technology current ships take for granted. A sudden impact at night could have left the crew little time to react. Another theory suggests a catastrophic mechanical failure. Mechanical failure. Steamships were still a relatively new technology in the 1890s, and boiler explosions, engine failures, or even hull breaks due to improper loading were possible threats. If such an event occurred far from the coast, with no other ships nearby to help, it is easy to imagine how the crew was forced to abandon ship in a hurry. The weather may also have played a role. The North Atlantic is known for its sudden storms and giant waves. The huge, unpredictable walls of water are a known danger there. If the Uranic was caught in such a storm, it is possible that the ship was overwhelmed and the lifeboats launched into the water in a desperate act. The finding of the empty lifeboats gives credibility to this idea, suggesting that the crew evacuated the ship, but died from exposure in the relentless sea. What makes the story of the Uranic especially disturbing is its complete erasure. Despite the lifeboats and the dubious messages in bottles, no confirmed trace of the ship was ever found. No remains, no floating debris, no corpses. It was as if the Atlantic had swallowed the Uranic, leaving only echoes of its last moments. In the years since, the mystery of the Uranic has become a lesser-known but deeply disturbing maritime ghost story, compared to high-profile disasters like the Titanic or Lusitania. The Uranic fell into relative oblivion, remembered mainly by maritime historians and researchers fascinated by unsolved disappearances. But its story remains a reminder that even the most modern ships, with the best technology available at the time, cannot cope with the raw and unpredictable power of the ocean. What happened to the Uranic? Did it collide with ice in the middle of the night? And did its crew rush to board lifeboats in freezing conditions, only to succumb to exposure? Did a giant wave rise from the depths and destroy the ship in an instant? Or was it some mechanical failure, a boiler rupture, a crack in the hull, that doomed the ship from within, leaving the crew fighting a losing battle against the rising water? More than a century later, these questions remain unanswered. The Uranic's remains have never been conclusively identified, and its exact resting place is unknown. All that remains is its name, appearing on lists of lost ships, as a warning to all vessels venturing into the North Atlantic. From the unresolved fate of the SS Uranic, a ship disappearing without warning or explanation, we head east to the Pacific, where another vessel, the MV Arfukumu, became the center of one of the ocean's strangest maritime mysteries. The story of this Japanese freighter is a disturbing mix of tragedy, inexplicable events, and final messages, a ghost ship story shrouded in the dangers of the infamous Bermuda Triangle. The MV Rukumaru was a Japanese cargo ship launched in the early 1920s that operated at a time when maritime trade was expanding across the Pacific and Atlantic. Built to transport grain, the freighter was strong, robust, and able to withstand the harsh conditions of the open sea. In April 1925, the Rukumaru set sail from Boston bound for Hamburg, Germany, with a full cargo of wheat. Its journey would take it directly through a stretch of the Atlantic already known for its dangerous climate and strange events, later becoming famous as the Bermuda Triangle. At first, nothing seemed unusual about the trip. The ship and its crew were experienced, the cargo was secure, and the weather reports were mostly favorable. But somewhere on the open sea, something went terribly wrong. On December 4th, 1925, a frantic distress call was received from the Rukumaru. The radio operator transmitted a chilling message. Danger, like a dagger, come quickly. That was all. Communication was cut off abruptly, and there were no more messages. Nearby ships, including the steamship SS Homeric, immediately changed course and headed at full speed toward the Rue Maru's last known position. When they arrived, the ship had vanished. There were no remains, lifeboats, or survivors, just the empty ocean. What made the disappearance of the Rue Maru so disturbing was the tone of the distress call. It was not a simple, routine distress call, but denoted panic and was strangely poetic, as if the crew were seeing something beyond the usual threats of storms or mechanical failure. Danger, like a dagger, come quickly, not the kind of message experienced sailors usually send. It hinted at something more sudden, terrifying, and perhaps inexplicable. This unusual language fueled speculation that the Ruk Kamaru had fallen victim to something out of the ordinary, whether a giant swell, an underwater explosion, or something less easy to explain. One theory suggests that the ship may have encountered what's known as a giant swell, a wall of water that appears without warning and can easily sink even the most resistant ships. These giant waves, considered for a long time to be a maritime legend, have been scientifically confirmed in the 1920s. However, the idea that a single wave could engulf an entire freighter would have seemed impossible. If the Ruka Maru had been hit by such a wave, the sudden distress call and absence of remains could be explained. Others have linked the Ruku Maru with the growing legend of the Bermuda Triangle. Although technically the ship disappeared just to the north of the commonly accepted limits of the triangle, the incident fits perfectly in the pattern: sudden disappearance, disturbing radio transmissions, and no trace. For the believers in the triangle paranormal reputation of the Bermuda Triangle, the Ruku Maru became another proof that pointed to an area where the ships and the PLS seemed to disappear in impossible circumstances. The weather also could have influenced, since, although the forecast at the start of the trip of the Ruka Maru was of calm, the North Atlantic can change in an instant. It is possible that the ship went into a sudden storm or in a squall that made it capsize before they had time to launch the lifeboats or send more than one distress message. Without survivors to relate the details, everything that happened after that panic call is pure speculation. Some have even suggested a mechanical failure, perhaps a cargo shift or an explosion in the hold, but these theories do not fully explain the disturbing language of the radio call. Ships in danger tend to be direct: fire, flooding, engine problems, danger. Now it seemed more like a cry of existential terror, as if the crew witnessed something they could not describe in practical terms. The mystery deepened further because the Ruka Maru was not an old and rickety hull, but a modern ship for its time, relatively new and equipped with a state-of-the-art radio in 1925. Its captain, Isaac Tabana, was experienced, and his crew had made similar trips before. There is nothing in the trip of the Ruka Maru that suggested that it was going to be something more than a routine crossing, and, nevertheless, something out there swallowed it completely. Even decades later, the Ruka Maru continues to be a basic element of maritime mystery lore, frequently cited in lists of disturbing appearances and ghost ships. It is one of those stories that do not offer enough data to solve the case, but yes, the fair ones to keep the people intrigued. Its last message, urgent, cryptic, and almost poetic, has assured it a place in the canon of oceanic mysteries. What did the crew see? What force hit with such speed and violence that not even a single remain of the shipwreck was left? How did a normal cargo trip become one of the strangest ship disappearance cases ever recorded? The Ruka Maru, just like the SS Neuronic, reminds us that the ocean does not give up all its secrets. Ships can disappear, leaving only disturbing clues and unanswered questions. But while the silence of the Neuronic leaves space for speculation, the last message of the Rue Maru is like a ghostly whisper from the depths, a reminder that some mysteries do not simply disappear, but resonate from the disturbing disappearance of the MV Rafik Kamaru. We move on to a mystery that mixes the maritime tragedy with one of the oldest ghost ship legends in the history of the United States. This time, the story takes us to the cold waters off the coast of Rhode Island, where the story of the Powhatan Light has endured for more than 250 years. What begins as a somber story of human suffering on board of a doomed ship somehow becomes a legend of a ghostly apparition that still haunts the sea at present, a bright ghost ship that the locals swear that still appears on stormy nights. The story begins in 1738, when a ship known as the Princess Augusta, although now it is often known as the Palatine, set sail from Ourang with more than 150 passengers on board. With destination to the American colonies, the majority were German immigrants that were fleeing from the war, the poverty, and the persecution in search of a better life. It was a trip full of hope, but from the beginning misfortune clung to the ship like a curse. The versions differ about exactly what happened, but the Palatine quickly gained a reputation as an unfortunate ship. A strong storm lashed the ship while it was crossing the Atlantic. The provisions ran out dangerously, and, according to some versions of the story, the captain and crew turned against the passengers, extorting them, withholding food, and even resorting to violence. When the ship arrived in the waters of Block Island, south of mainland Rhode Island, it was already barely afloat. What happened next is where the story turns into legend. Some versions say the ship ran aground on the rocky coast of Block Island during a brutal winter storm. Others claim that the inhabitants of Block Island, known for their custom of looting shipwrecks, lured the Palatine towards the rocks by lighting deceptive fires on the coast, an ancient practice known as false lights. The ship was wrecked, and many of the passengers drowned in the freezing waters. Those that managed to reach land did not have better luck, since, reportedly, they died of exposure, starvation, or at the hands of looters. There are even stories of locals who murdered the survivors to steal their valuables. The Palatine seemed to have reached the end of its cursed trip, but the story of the Palatine's light had only just begun. In the years following the disaster, residents and sailors began to report a strange phenomenon off the coast, a disturbing flickering light that floated over the waves. Some described it as a ghost ship wrapped in flames that moved silently across the waves, while others only saw a bright orb that moved from one side to the other on the horizon. The appearances were unpredictable, but they always seemed to happen during storms or on cold winter nights, conditions similar to those that sealed the Palatine's fate. The legend grew until the ghost light became as famous as the shipwreck itself. In the 19th century, it was already firmly rooted in the folklore of New England, and, to this day, the light of the Palatine continues being one of the most enduring marine ghost stories of the United States, most enduring maritime ghost stories of the United States. Skeptics, of course, have tried to explain the phenomenon. Some believe that the light is simply a form of St. Elmo's fire, an atmospheric electrical discharge that can appear around the mass of ships or over the surface of the water during storms. Others suggest that it could be marine bioluminescence disturbed by the turbulent water or even reflections of distant lighthouses. But none of these explanations fully explain the consistency of the sightings or the fact that so many witnesses describe a spectral ship wrapped in flames. The light of the Palatine also has a deeper resonance because it mixes so many themes: the human desperation, the betrayal, the natural disasters, and the persistent footprint of the tragedy. Regardless of whether the Palatine was intentionally sunk or simply met a natural end, the idea that the suffering of those passengers could leave behind some type of ghostly echo is very powerful, even today. Locals say that the light appears occasionally as a ghostly memory of greed, cruelty, and the implacable nature of the sea. Unlike other ghost ship stories that originate purely in folklore, the disaster of the Palatine is historically documented. The records confirm the ill-fated voyage of the Princess Augusta, although details vary by source. Some 18th century accounts describe the shipwreck in graphic terms, noting that the ship wrecked off Block Island and many passengers died. Other versions, especially those transmitted orally on Block Island itself, lean more towards legend, with stories of murderous wreckers and vengeful spirits. Over time, the line between reality and fiction blurred, as often happens with maritime tales. In recent years, historians have reviewed the legend of the Palatine to try to separate the verifiable facts from the folklore. Most agree that a ship wrecked off Block Island in 1738 and that some of its passengers probably suffered a terrible fate, But the truth behind the light of Palatine, whether an atmospheric phenomenon, a case of mass hallucination, or something truly paranormal, remains a mystery. Even if the light itself is a natural phenomenon, the power of the story comes from what it represents. A disturbing reminder of the dangers faced by those who risked everything to cross the Atlantic in search of a better life. Ultimately, the light of the Palatine occupies that strange and captivating space between history and myth, a story born of real suffering, amplified by the imagination of those who live near the sea and kept alive by the countless eyes that have seen something flickering in the darkness. Whether a ghost ship, a trick of time, or something completely different, the light of Palatine guarantees that Palatine, or at least its legend, will never be completely lost. From tragedy to ghost story, its transformation is complete, leaving behind not only a mystery, but a warning that some ships are doomed to sail forever, if only in the stories we tell. From the haunting glow of the light of Palatine, a ghost that blurs the line between ghost story and historical tragedy, we now move on to a much lesser-known, but equally disconcerting story. This time, the story takes us to the dark waters of World War II, an era in which countless ships disappeared beneath the waves, some destroyed in combat, and others simply disappearing without a trace. One such ship was the Dutch cargo ship SS Bintang, whose disappearance only left fragments of rumors, theories, and confusion. The SS Bintang was a Dutch steamship built in the early 20th century and used primarily to transport cargo across the Pacific and Indian Oceans. When World War II broke out, the Bintang had already been in service for decades, operating quietly along the trade routes that stretched from Southeast Asia to Europe. But the war changed everything, turning sea routes into deadly corridors haunted by submarines, privateers, and giant waves caused by underwater explosions. In early 1941, the Bintang was loaded with a mixed cargo, some say rubber and tin destined for Allied ports. Others claim that the manifest could include more sensitive materials for the war. It sailed from what was then the Dutch East Indies, but its final destination would forever remain a question mark. What makes the disappearance of the Bintang so disturbing is the absence of any definitive distress signal or confirmed contact with the enemy at a time when ships were disappearing almost daily due to torpedoes, mines, or sudden storms. The Bintang simply ceased to exist. No remains, no lifeboats, no survivors were left. The only clues were some fragmented radio transmissions picked up by nearby vessels, brief bursts of static and unintelligible words that hinted at some kind of emergency on board, but even those transmissions were inconsistent, leaving experts unsure whether the Bintang had encountered a submarine, had struck a mine, or had suffered a catastrophic internal failure. As the weeks turned into months without signs of the ship, the theories multiplied. Some believed that the Bintang had been sunk by a Japanese submarine operating far from its known patrol areas. Others speculated about a sudden explosion on board, possibly due to poorly stored cargo or sabotage by enemy agents posing as crew members. There were even darker rumors, fueled by the paranoia of war, suggesting that the Bintang had been deliberately erased from the records after transporting a secret cargo too dangerous to reach port. This theory, although dramatic, was not entirely far-fetched during World War II, as both the Allied and Axis powers occasionally took extreme measures to ensure that sensitive technology or classified cargo never fell into enemy hands. One of the few concrete pieces of evidence related to the Bintang came several years after its disappearance, when debris matching its profile was reported to have been sighted floating far from its route, near the coast of Australia. A Navy vessel passing by recovered a piece of the hull with faded Dutch markings, but it was never officially confirmed to belong to the missing ship. This single fragment adrift in the vastness of the Pacific only added to the mystery for divers and shipwreck hunters today. The Bintang remains one of the ghost ships of World War II, a ship lost not only at sea, but in history itself. Despite advances in sonar mapping and deep-sea exploration, no definitive trace of its final resting place has ever been found. Some believe that its remains lie scattered on the seabed, shattered by decades of storms and currents. Others wonder if the Bintang sank so deep that its remains are beyond the reach of current technology, preserved in the silence of a pit that only machines can reach. Adding to the intrigue are the accounts of sailors who served in the same region during the war. Some spoke of strange radio signals echoing across the Pacific, unidentified transmissions that seemed to come from nowhere, with static-laden voices speaking in Dutch, English, and sometimes in languages that no one has been able to identify. No one knows for sure whether these were distress calls from the Bintang itself or disturbing coincidences created by atmospheric interference. To this day, the Bintang remains a disturbing example of how easy it is for a ship and all its crew to disappear into the vastness of the sea. It was not a famous ocean liner or a celebrated warship, but its story is no less chilling for its obscurity. A reminder that, despite all our advances in technology and communications, the ocean still has the power to swallow its secrets. The disappearance of the Bintang remains one of the ocean's most enigmatic secrets, with theories ranging from mechanical failures to sabotage, violent storms, and silent miscalculations. However, despite decades of speculation, a definitive answer has never emerged. The absence of concrete evidence only fuels its legend, a mystery that is passed down among maritime historians, deep-sea divers, and those captivated by the secrets that the sea refuses to reveal. From the spectral glow of the light of Palatine to the lost fate of the SS Bintang, the ocean has a way of mixing reality with myth, turning history into legend. But now we turn our attention to a ship whose disappearance is not lost in the distant past, but remains a puzzling maritime enigma of the modern era. This is the story of the MV Bloy Star, a small and modest freighter that set sail one morning in 1973 and, by nightfall, had disappeared without a trace, triggering one of the most perplexing maritime disappearances in Australian history. The MV Bloy Star was not a large ocean liner or a warship of historical renown, but a workhorse of the sea built in 1955 and tasked with transporting cargo along the Bay Strait, between Tasmania and mainland Australia. Fertilizers, feed, fresh produce. Routine shipments that made it a familiar sight to those who worked on the sea routes. It was reliable, stable, and, by all accounts, unremarkable. But on October 13th, 1973, its fate became anything but ordinary. That morning, the Bloy Star sailed from Hobart, Tasmania, bound for King Island with a crew of 10. The weather was calm, the conditions ideal, there were no distress signals or mechanical warnings, just another routine trip across the familiar strait. But at some point off the rugged west coast of Tasmania, the normal became extraordinary. Without warning, the ship began to take on water at an alarming rate. To this day, the cause of the flooding is unknown. There were no signs of external breaks, nor history of structural weakness, nor had any previous mechanical failures been reported. However, the water rose quickly, too fast for the crew to investigate the cause. The Bloy Star was sinking, and there was no time to send a distress signal. Forced to abandon ship, the 10 crew members crowded into a single inflatable life raft and watched as their vessel sank beneath the waves. For a moment, it seemed like a narrow escape, a distressing but surmountable experience. However, their struggle had only just begun. Adrift in the vast open sea, the crew had no way to call for help. The emergency radio had been lost in the rush to evacuate, and the raft had no distress beacon. At first, they believed that rescue would arrive quickly. After all, the Bloy Star had a scheduled route, and by not arriving at King Island, the authorities would surely initiate a search. But there was a problem. No one had realized that they had disappeared. Unlike passenger ships, with strict schedules, cargo ships operated on flexible schedules, which were often adjusted based on time and cargo. When the Bloy Star did not arrive on time, the alarm was not raised immediately. Several days passed before the authorities realized their absence. By then, the crew had already drifted far from their last known position, dragged by the strong currents of the Southern Ocean. For days, the men endured the relentless sea, which scorched them during the day and lashed them with freezing winds at night. With limited rations and no drinking water, survival became a desperate struggle. They saw planes flying over their heads, tracking the wrong parts of the ocean, searching in areas where the Bly Star should have been, but the current had other plans, moving them further and further away from hope with each passing tide. One by one, the men weakened, dehydration, exposure, and exhaustion took hold of them. The journey, which was previously routine, had become a slow and agonizing descent into the unknown. As the search efforts intensified, their hope faded. How long could they hold out before the sea claimed them, as it had their ship? This was no longer just the story of a missing ship. It was a race against time, against fate, and against the endless and merciless expanse of the ocean. What followed was one of the most heartbreaking survival stories in Australian maritime history. For more than a week, the crew floated adrift in the relentless Southern Ocean, exposed to the elements, with only basic supplies and limited drinking water. Their food ration was nothing more than some cookies and a can of meat. Hypothermia, dehydration, and exhaustion began to take their toll, and, tragically, 3 of the men died before the raft finally made landfall on the remote Forster Peninsula in Tasmania. For the survivors, the odyssey was not over. Weak and disoriented, they had to cross a dense and rugged forest to find help. Finally, they came across a remote farm, where they were able to raise the alarm and tell the world what had happened to the Bly Star. The story made headlines throughout Australia, not only for the incredible survival of the crew, but for the mystery surrounding the disappearance of the ship. To date, no definitive explanation has been found as to why the Bly Star sank so quickly. The remains of the shipwreck were not discovered until 2023, almost exactly 50 years after its disappearance, when search teams finally located it 150 meters deep off the coast of Tasmania. They found a practically intact ship, with no clear indications of a catastrophic collision, an explosion, or major structural failure. This has perplexed maritime investigators, who do not understand what caused it to fill with water so quickly that the crew had no choice but to abandon it. One theory points to a sudden and serious rupture of the hull caused by the displacement of cargo. The Bly Star was known to carry heavy loads, and, if they were not properly secured, they could have suddenly shifted, breaking the hull or destabilizing the ship enough to cause its rapid flooding. Others speculate that an undetected crack in the aging hull, combined with the harsh sea conditions, may have caused a catastrophic failure below the waterline. The lack of distress calls or radio communication only adds to the confusion. If the flooding disabled the ship's electrical systems before the crew had time to react, the discovery of the wreckage in 2023 provided some answers, but raised just as many questions. The Bly Star lies upright on the seabed, remarkably well preserved for a vessel that spent half a century underwater, which has fueled speculation that what sank it was a sudden internal failure, possibly related to cargo displacement, and not a collision or external damage. Even without clear evidence, the Bly Star remains a modern maritime enigma. What makes this story even more disturbing is the silence that surrounded the event. No SOS, no radio call, no trace of the ship until its ghostly hull was finally found resting on the seabed after 5 decades. A reminder that, even in relatively modern times, ships can disappear beneath the waves almost silently, as they did in the age of sail. The story of the Bly Star is as much a testament to human survival as it is a chilling reminder of how quickly the sea can claim what is its own. From the MV Bly Star, a ship lost at sea that only revealed a shocking story of survival, we now sail back in time to the disturbing case of the HMS Wasp, a ship whose disappearance mixes maritime disgrace with rumors of something much more disturbing. This is not just the story of a shipwreck. It is a story shrouded in folklore, suspicion, and the relentless waters off the coast of Ireland. The HMS Wasp was a gunboat of the Royal Navy launched in 1880. It was not a particularly remarkable vessel in terms of size or design, with about 47 meters in length and a modest armament. Its main mission was not war, but something more administrative. The Wasp was part of the British fleet tasked with helping enforce the law on the coast of Ireland, including transporting officials tasked with evicting tenant farmers during a period of severe economic hardship and social unrest. It was a somber job at the height of the Irish Civil War, and, like many other ships tasked with such tasks, it was not particularly loved in the coastal communities it patrolled. On 9/21 of 1884, the HMS Wasp sailed from Westport in the county of Mayo, bound for the remote island of Tory, off the coast of Donegal. Its mission was to deliver a group of bailiffs tasked with carrying out evictions on the island of Tory, evictions that were deeply unpopular and considered by many to be cruel and unfair. The route was known, and the weather, although not perfect, was nothing out of the ordinary, but the Wasp would never complete its journey. In the early hours of the morning, the HMS Wasp crashed against the rocks near Tory Island and sank almost immediately. The impact was so sudden that only 6 of the 58 crew members managed to survive, clinging to the wreckage until rescued by the islanders. The rest of the crew, including its captain, sank with the ship. The remains of the Wasp lay shattered just below the surface, slowly engulfed by the sea. On paper, it seemed a tragic but simple maritime disaster. Perhaps the ship deviated from its course at night, or its crew miscalculated the approach to the island. However, almost immediately rumors began to circulate that the sinking of the Wasp was not an accident. Tory Island was and still is a place imbued with folklore, a wind-whipped outpost where ancient traditions stand firm and the supernatural is close to daily life. Among the stories whispered after the sinking of the Wasp was the belief that the ship had been cursed. According to some accounts, local residents, furious about the evictions and British presence, had launched a curse on the ship, invoking the spirits of the sea to intervene. Others claimed that the Wasp had been deliberately lured towards the rocks, either by means of lights intentionally lit on the coast to confuse the crew or by some spectral force linked to the ancient past of the island. These stories were reinforced by the fact that, according to the surviving crew members, the ship's compass had inexplicably failed just before the collision, leaving them sailing blindly throughout the night. That the compasses broke down was not something unheard of at sea, but the moment in which it occurred seemed suspicious to many, and for those inclined to believe in curses, it was proof that the Wasp was doomed before even setting sail. More pragmatic researchers pointed to the possibility of simple human error. The stretch of water near Tory Island was famous for being dangerous, full of submerged rocks and shifting currents. A moment of distraction at the helm, a misreading of the nautical charts, or even a simple mechanical failure could have led the ship directly to danger. It is totally plausible that the loss of the Wasp was the result of a tragic combination of bad luck, poor visibility, and navigation difficulties. But those who knew the waters around Tory Island insisted that there was something more. Stories emerged of ghostly lights seen along the coast the night the Wasp sank, lights that some claimed were intended to lure the ship to its doom. Others spoke of a spectral ship that sailed alongside the Wasp shortly before the shipwreck, a ghost ship that appeared out of nowhere and vanished just as quickly. It is impossible to say whether these stories were the product of superstition, grief, or authentic paranormal encounters. What is certain is that the HMS Wasp joined the long list of ships lost in the treacherous waters surrounding the coast of Ireland, a place where history and folklore become intertwined. Today, the story of the Wasp lives on, not only in the official records, but also in the oral stories passed down among the islanders, a warning about arrogance, destiny, and the relentless power of the sea. The shipwreck itself was claimed by the ocean long ago, and its remains are scattered and corroded by time and tides. Divers who have explored the site say that there is little left to see, only the broken bones of a ship that was once proud and now lies at the bottom of the sea. The story of the HMS Wasp, a ship that was swallowed by the sea near Ireland in 1884, takes us to another tragic and mysterious maritime story, this time from the Adriatic Sea. It is the story of the Barren Gouge, a ship that was not lost in the distant era of discoveries, nor was engulfed by the Bermuda Triangle, but whose disappearance was as sudden as it was disturbing. The Barren Gouge, a luxurious Hungarian passenger steamer, became one of the most tragic maritime disasters of the Adriatic, a shipwreck with echoes of the Titanic, but with even fewer answers. Launched in 1908, the Baron Gouch was built for the Austrian Lloyd Shipping Company, one of the most prestigious shipping lines of the time. It was designed to transport passengers comfortably and elegantly between the bustling ports of Trieste, Kotor, and beyond. Its interior reflected the opulence of the Edwardian era, with finely decorated lounges, polished wood panels, and accommodations designed to attract wealthy travelers and government officials. It was considered a symbol of Hungarian prestige, a ship that would showcase its power and its technological prowess. On August 8, 1914, a few weeks after the outbreak of the First World War, the Baron Gouch was on a routine trip from Kotor to Trieste. The Adriatic, despite the growing tensions, was still a busy sea, but it was also becoming much more dangerous. The Hungarian Navy had begun to place defensive minefields to protect itself from enemy ships. It was wartime, and even passenger ships had to act with caution. But the Baron Gouch, which was sailing in good weather, seemed to deviate from its prescribed route and head directly towards one of the Empire's minefields. Without warning, a huge explosion shattered the ship's hull. Survivors described hearing a thunderous roar followed by a blast of heat and water. The explosion breached the lower decks, flooding the cabins and sowing panic among the passengers and crew. Chaos broke out as the lifeboats were hastily lowered and passengers rushed to escape the rapidly sinking ship. According to reports, the Baron Gouch sank in less than 10 minutes, and many of those on board had no chance to reach the deck. The exact casualty figures vary, but most estimates put the death toll at around 150 out of approximately 330 passengers and crew. What made the disaster even more disturbing was the deafening silence that followed. The ship sank so quickly and the rescue efforts were so disorganized that no detailed records of its last moments were preserved. After the accident, blame was distributed among the crew, the Navy, and the shipping company. Some claimed that the captain ignored warnings about the minefield. Others said that the Navy did not mark or monitor it adequately. Dangerous waters, but with the war accelerating, the incident quickly took a back seat. The Adriatic had more important threats to face, and the story of the Baron Gouch became just another tragedy of the war, until divers found it decades after its sinking. The remains of the Baron Gouch were located near the Croatian coast. Despite its violent end, much of its structure was remarkably intact. Divers described a disturbing, almost ghostly scene, with personal items still scattered around the cabins, remnants of luxury furniture covered in mud, and the hole opening in its side. Where the mine had impacted against the ship at about 40 meters deep, it became a very popular place for experienced wreck divers. But what they found inside only increased the mystery of a ship that sank so quickly. Much of the interior seemed strangely intact. The tables, chairs, and railings were still in place, as if the ship had gently settled on the seabed instead of sinking in terror. Some divers reported seeing human remains preserved in the cold water, while others described an unsettling feeling, as if they were being watched or as if the ship itself did not want to be disturbed. Since then, various theories have emerged about the disaster. Was it a simple navigation error, or did the captain deliberately ignore the warnings to save time? Some have even speculated about sabotage, perhaps by rival shipping companies or even enemy agents trying to disrupt Austro's operations in Hungary, but no solid evidence has emerged to support these ideas. What is clear is that the Baron Gouch became both a cemetery and a time capsule that preserved a moment of panic and loss. Under the sea, to this day, the remains of the shipwreck remain one of the most infamous places in the Adriatic, a symbol of how quickly luxury and security can disappear beneath the waves. Modern divers continue to visit it, although its condition continues to deteriorate. Its elegant interiors collapse under the weight of time and water, but its history endures, a disturbing reminder of a world on the brink of war and a ship that never had the opportunity to complete its journey. What makes the Baron Gouch especially disturbing is how its history intersects with the war itself. A passenger ship destroyed by the defenses of its own navy, a cruel twist of fate that highlights the chaos and confusion of the seas in times of war. In this way, the ship became a metaphor for the empire it served, grandiose, ambitious, but ultimately doomed by forces it could not control. Like many of the ships we have explored in this series, its final resting place remains a place that awakens both fascination and fear, a reminder that even the most modern ships are just one mistake away from becoming permanent residents of the depths. From the tragedy of the Barren Gouge, a ship whose last moments were all too real, we delve into a legend that exists somewhere between history and myth, a story so enduring that it has become part of maritime folklore. But beneath the ghostly tale of the Flying Dutchman are fragments of real reports from sailors who swore they had seen an impossible ship drifting in the midst of storms, shining in the fog. Whether it's a warning, a curse, or something completely different, the story of the Flying Dutchman continues to haunt the seas. The legend of the Flying Dutchman first emerged in the 17th century, a time when the oceans were full of merchant ships, warships, and explorers venturing into unknown waters. The story goes that a Dutch ship captained by a man named Hendrik van der Decken, according to legend, sailed from the Netherlands bound for the East Indies. But when the ship rounded the Cape of Good Hope at the southern tip of Africa, it encountered a violent storm. Despite the pleas of his crew, Van der Decken refused to turn back and instead cursed the sky and swore that his ship would complete its journey even if it cost him eternity. That oath became his undoing. The Flying Dutchman, as the story goes, was condemned to sail the oceans forever, unable to reach port, appearing as a ghostly specter to those who crossed its path. Sailors feared seeing the ship, believing it was a harbinger of doom, a warning that their own ship would soon suffer disaster. Although this sounds like pure legend, there are real historical sightings that have kept this story alive. One of the most famous took place in 1881, when the future King George V of England, then a midshipman aboard HMS Bacchante, reported that he had seen the Flying Dutchman while sailing off the coast of Australia. His official diary recorded a ghostly ship that shone and disappeared as the Bacchante approached. That same night, the lookout who had first spotted the ghost ship fell overboard and died, adding to its reputation as a cursed omen. There are even more disturbing reports of spectral ships around the Cape of Good Hope dating back long before George V's sighting. Some accounts describe a ship sailing directly against the wind with its sails fully unfurled, defying the laws of nature. Others claim to have seen the ship glowing with an unnatural light that illuminated the dark waves around it. These sightings used to occur before a shipwreck or tragedy, further reinforcing the idea of the Flying Dutchman as a warning from the sea. Without physical evidence of the Flying Dutchman, historians and researchers have tried to reconstruct its origins. Some believe that the story could be related to a real ship lost near the Cape of Good Hope, perhaps during one of the brutal storms that plagued the region. The Cape of Good Hope was and remains a treacherous stretch of water, known for its sudden and fierce storms and giant waves. Ships that were caught in these conditions often disappeared without a trace, and it's easy to imagine sailors filling that silence with stories of a cursed ship forever trapped between life and death. Others believe that the Flying Dutchman could have been a reflection or a mirage, a phenomenon known as Fata Morgana, in which light curves over the horizon, creating the illusion of a ship sailing in the sky or shining unnaturally. In the era before radar and satellite weather forecasting, sailors relied on what they saw, and when the sea showed them something they could not explain, folklore was born. However, the Flying Dutchman is not a legend confined to the past, as, in the 20th century, sightings of strange glowing vessels and storms near the Cape were reported. Even with modern technology, the sea remains a place where rational explanations fail and where the stories that were once whispered among sailors refuse to die. In many ways, the Flying Dutchman embodies the very spirit of maritime mystery, a story born of fear, amplified by the unknown, and passed down by those who dared to sail in dangerous waters. Whether Van der Decken was a real captain or his ship was an invention of terrified minds, the legend of the Flying Dutchman lives on, reminding us that the sea keeps its secrets well and that some ships, it seems, never stop sailing. From the legend of the Flying Dutchman, a ghostly ship condemned to sail the seas for all eternity, we move on to a much less mythical, but no less disturbing tragedy. This is the story of HMS 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 HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, HMS. HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, HMS. HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, 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 prepare young sailors for the challenges of life at sea. This is the story of HMS 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 HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, HMS. HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, HMS. HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, 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 HMS. HMS, 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 HMS. HMS 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 prepare young sailors for the challenges of life at sea. HMS Eurydice was considered a reliable ship, a vestige of an era when wooden frigates dominated the seas and navigation consisted of reading the sky and trusting the wind, but its fate would turn it from a training ground into a cautionary tale. On June 30th, 1878, HMS Eurydice sailed from Bermuda bound for Portsmouth, England. On board were nearly 400 crew and apprentices, most of them young and eager to complete their training and return home. The Atlantic crossing was uneventful, and, on March 24th, the Eurydice was approaching the Isle of Wight, off the south coast of England. It should have been the final stretch of a successful voyage, with the familiar coast in sight, but nature had other plans. As the ship passed the island, a sudden and fierce snowstorm swept in from the west. The storm struck almost without warning, taking the crew of the Eurydice by surprise. In a matter of seconds, the ship was overwhelmed, with its sails still unfurled to catch the favorable winds that were carrying it home, filled with the sudden force of the storm. The ship tilted sharply to one side, water poured in through the open portholes, and the ship capsized in a matter of minutes. For the hundreds of sailors on board, there was little time to react. Of the nearly 400 men on board, only 2 survived. They managed to cling to the floating wreckage until they were rescued. The rest of the crew, officers, and apprentices perished with the ship. Their bodies were dragged by icy waters or trapped in the overturned hull. The disaster shocked the nation in an era when the Royal Navy was a symbol of world power. The loss of such a ship so close to home was inconceivable. The newspapers covered every macabre detail, and the public mourned the senseless loss of so many young lives. The remains of the Uiki were eventually located and partially rescued, but its story did not end there. Almost immediately after sinking, sailors and local residents began reporting strange sightings off the coast of Wight on calm days, when the sea was calm. People claimed to see a fully equipped sailing frigate, like a ghost, crossing the horizon, sails full even though there was no wind. The witnesses swore that it was the Uiki, which returned, again and again, to the place where it sank. Some sightings were so detailed that, reportedly, the sailors of the ships that passed by there made signals to the ghost ship, but only received silence before the ship disappeared from sight. As the years passed, the sightings continued, which earned the Uiki the reputation of being one of the most famous ghost ships in Great Britain. Even Prince Edward, future King Edward II, saw the spectral ship while sailing near the Isle of Wight and described it as a chilling and unforgettable vision. Skeptics have tried to explain the apparitions as mirages or plays of light on the water. But for many, the ghostly presence of the Uiki is a persistent memory of the tragic and sudden end that awaited it. Several theories have been proposed about why it capsized so quickly, from errors in the handling of the sails to defects in its outdated design. But the truth is that the Uiki was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, caught between calm and the safety of home and the fury of a storm that gave no warning. Today, its remains lie in relatively shallow waters off the Isle of Wight, but the stories persist. Fishermen continue to talk about sudden chills and unexplained shadows under the waves, and even modern sailors occasionally report sightings of a ghost ship on the horizon, as if the HMS Uiki was still trying to return home, trapped forever in the storm. It is a reminder that, even in peacetime, the sea can be as cruel and relentless as in war. And for those who make a living on the water, the story of the Uiki serves as both a warning and a ghost story whispered between tides. But what happens when a ship haunts not only the waves in legend, but in reality? What if the danger is not just a story, but something very real, very present, waiting just below the surface? This brings us to the story of the SS Richard Montgomery, a ship whose ghostly presence has nothing to do with spectral figures or lights, but is a much more tangible threat, a time bomb in shallow waters off the coast of England. The SS Richard Montgomery was an American Liberty ship built during World War II, one of thousands built hastily and designed to transport troops, weapons, and supplies across the Atlantic. Launched in 1943, the ship was part of the enormous logistical machinery that kept Allied forces in combat during the war. Liberty ships were known for their quick construction and practicality, but they were not built to last. The Richard Montgomery, like its sister ships, was essentially disposable, a tool to fulfill a mission, not a vessel destined to sail for decades. In August 1944, the Richard Montgomery was loaded with about 7,000 tons of ammunition, bombs, shells, and other explosives in the port of Philadelphia. The ship's mission was to deliver its volatile cargo to the European theater, where it would help boost the final push toward victory, but fate had other plans. When the ship arrived at the Thames estuary, near Sheerness, England, it ran aground on a sandbank. At first, the grounding was not catastrophic, since ships frequently ran aground in the busy waters near the port, and salvage teams were often called to help, but the situation quickly worsened as the tide went out. The Richard Montgomery settled unevenly, putting enormous pressure on its aging hull. Cracks began to form, and water began seeping into the cargo holds. Realizing the danger, the authorities ordered the ship evacuated and its cargo left behind. Despite efforts to recover some of the ammunition, much of it was too dangerous to move. Within days, the Richard Montgomery broke in two, with the bow and stern partially submerged, but its deadly cargo remained intact. The immediate fear was evident. 7,000 tons of war explosives just below the surface, on one of the world's busiest sea routes. The potential for disaster was and remains immeasurable. If the ammunition detonated, the explosion could be so powerful that it would cause a tidal wave that would devastate the nearby city of Sheerness, shatter the windows of London, and create a crater in the seabed, visible from space to this day. The Richard Montgomery is often described as the world's most dangerous shipwreck. For almost 80 years, the ship's remains have remained in the Thames estuary, a silent reminder of how fragile the line between history and catastrophe can be. The ship's mast still protrudes above the waterline, a ghostly landmark serving as both a warning and curiosity for passing ships. Signs and buoys mark the area, warning ships to stay away, but the threat persists. For decades, the remains have been constantly monitored, but the ammunition's condition remains uncertain. Some experts believe the bombs could still be stable, locked in the mud and silt that may have helped preserve them. Others fear corrosion has left the explosives volatile, ready to detonate at the slightest disturbance. The Richard Montgomery has become a magnet for conspiracy theories and apocalyptic speculation. Some believe the government minimizes the risk to avoid public panic, while others claim the ship's real cargo included experimental weapons or nuclear material, a theory without evidence, but one that fuels the mystery and fear surrounding the wreck. In reality, the danger is scary enough without exaggeration. Studies show that a collapse of the wreck structure could trigger a chain reaction, detonating the ammunition and causing an explosion comparable to a small nuclear explosion. Despite numerous proposals to remove or neutralize the cargo, the risk of disturbing the wreck is considered too great. Salvage operations could trigger the disaster they are trying to avoid. Thus, the Richard Montgomery remains where it fell, slowly rusting, its fate tied to time and tides. The story of the Richard Montgomery is a chilling reminder that some ghost ships are dangerous, not because of curses or spectral crews, but because their secrets have the power to destroy, like the time bomb that is the SS Richard Montgomery, a ship that continues to have the potential for destruction decades after its abandonment. We move now to a ship whose disappearance and discovery left more questions than answers. Unlike the Montgomery, which remains a visible danger, the Sabrina simply disappeared only to reappear in the strangest circumstances, a completely intact ship with its cargo untouched, but without a single member of its crew being found. What happened to the Sabrina, and how could a ship remain so perfectly preserved and yet completely abandoned? The Sabrina was a schooner built in 1873, designed for short commercial routes along the English Channel, with a length of just over 100 feet. It was not a large or especially remarkable ship, at least until its mysterious last voyage in 1917 during the height of the First World War. The Sabrina was mainly used to transport coal and other goods between ports in Great Britain and France. It was not an armed vessel, nor was it considered a high-value target, but that did not mean that the waters through which it sailed were safe. German submarines lurked beneath the surface, hunting merchant ships as part of an extensive naval blockade that sank hundreds of vessels during the war. On August 9, 1917, the Sabrina set sail from Falmouth, England, bound for St. Brook, France, with a cargo of coal. The journey should have been short and simple, with a small crew of 5, but as the days passed, nothing was known of its arrival. By all accounts, it had disappeared into the war-torn waters of the English Channel, probably another victim of the deadly submarine warfare that plagued the area. But then something strange happened. Just 2 days after setting sail, the Sabrina was found adrift near Cherbourg, France. It was completely intact. There were no signs of attack, no damage to the hull, and its cargo was completely untouched. It was as if the ship had been abandoned in an instant. Despite the ship's apparent impeccable condition, something was missing. All the members of the Sabrina's crew had disappeared without a trace. There were no signs of struggle, no distress signals had been sent, and there was no evidence of what might have happened to them. It was as if they had simply left the ship and vanished into thin air. One of the most plausible explanations was that a German submarine had intercepted the ship, captured its crew, and left the ship adrift. This was not an infrequent practice during the war. Submarine commanders, especially at the beginning of the conflict, often boarded merchant ships and took the crew as prisoners or forced them into lifeboats before sinking the ship. But in this case, something didn't make sense. If the Sabrina had been boarded by the enemy, why had they left it completely intact? Normally, submarines sank their targets or sabotaged them to prevent them from re-entering service. The fact that the ship was found completely intact made this theory difficult to prove. Another possibility is that the crew, fearing an imminent submarine attack, abandoned the ship as a precaution if they believed they were the target. They could have boarded the lifeboats hoping to be rescued. But if that were the case, why was there no trace of the lifeboats, especially in the busy waters of the Channel, where they were frequently sighted by other vessels? No drifting lifeboats or shipwrecked sailors were ever reported. There is also the disturbing theory that a sudden and inexplicable event, perhaps an accident, an illness, or even some kind of mass panic, led the crew to abandon the ship in mysterious circumstances. However, if they abandoned it voluntarily, why were no provisions missing? Why were no distress signals sent? The Sabrina was eventually towed to port, but the fate of its crew was never determined. The ship, however, continued sailing for years after its recovery. However, its legend endured. A ship found in perfect condition, but without a soul on board, a crew that vanished into the fog of war, never to be seen again. Unlike other ghost ships that would spend years drifting across the ocean, the Sabrina was quickly recovered and yet provided no more answers than those that disappeared for decades. We now focus on a much older and equally perplexing maritime mystery, which has left historians and sailors wondering what really happened. A ship that set sail as planned and was discovered disturbingly abandoned, as if its crew had vanished into thin air. As always, until next time, stay safe and keep an eye on the horizon.